At this time, I'd like to open the special meeting and also the regular city council meeting for August 24th, Wednesday. It is 5:10. I did both special meeting and regular. Mr. City Clerk, please call roll.
And this is for both meetings. You don't have to do it twice.
Councilor Melendez? Here. Councilor Peralta? Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Here.
Councilor Torres? Here. Mayor Cobos-Cawthorn?
I'm here. Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the statement of oral communications and rules of decorum?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, for both the special meeting and for the regular meeting agendas, anyone who wished to address the City Council would have had to turn in a card, either if they wish to have written comments submitted, so we have certain written comments, and also anyone in the audience who wish to address the council would need to submit a card at this time. And let the record reflect that Councilmember Peralta has arrived. Any speaker has 3 minutes per person. City Council prohibits any from taking action or entertaining discussion on a topic not on the agenda. Show courtesy to the others and direct your comments to the council. And the mayor is the presiding officer of the meeting, and they'll be coming, actually, Mayor, with SB 1100, there'll be some other items that we're going to be addressing at a future meeting. And also, yes, I just read that. So, okay, we can start with public comment. Let's start public comment cards for the special meeting for closed session. Not for open session, but for closed session. And then the special comments that are written, well, they look to be for open session. Okay, so we'll deal with those when we come out of closed session. I'm just looking for any public comment cards for the special meeting closed session. I don't believe there are any. Okay, then let's move on to the regular council meeting and see if there's any public comments cards for closed session for the regular meeting. Nothing noted for that either. Okay. So with that, it does not appear that there is any request to speak to the council before recessing into closed session.
We do, Madam Mayor, we do have speaker cards for closed session.
Okay, for both the regular and open?
No, these are just speaker cards for closed session items.
Right, but both.
For both special and regular.
Okay, then let's go ahead and read those cards and have the speaker step forward.
Perfect. First speaker is Patty Soltero Sanchez, followed by Will Cervera.
Please state your name for the record.
Patty Soltero Sanchez. So good afternoon. This statement comes in support of Councilmember David Torres. They say that the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. If we look at the retaliation history of some of our sitting city council members and City of Montebello staff, we see this to be a true statement, and we shouldn't be surprised by the witch hunt that is currently being conducted against Councilmember Torres. Number one, Mayor Cobos-Cawthorn was accused by the fire chief of retaliation. She continued this retaliation by unsuccessfully attempting to find evidence of marital misappropriation by the fire chief. Number two, Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez acted out unsuccessfully against a private citizen by attempting to obtain a bogus restraining order. Number three, the vote to redistrict the City of Montebello by Mayor Cobos-Cawthorn, Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez, and Councilmember Melendez was a retaliatory attempt to remove the city council members who do not agree with them. Number four, Michael Chi, Deputy Director of Public Affairs for the City of
Ma'am,
Montebello.
I'm not going to have you mention any employee's name by name.
Okay, my apologies.
Yes, thank you.
The Deputy Director of Public Affairs for the City of Montebello presented irrelevant court documents and a public misrepresentation during a recent City Council meeting to try to defame a private citizen when Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez was accused by this private citizen of misusing public funds. And number 5, the current case of alleged harassment by Councilmember David Torres is the latest retaliatory effort being put forth by the City Council members. Why do we have to lower the standards just because a colleague or two have a differing opinion? When did our elected officials need to stoop to such tactics? Why do we need to lower the bar to this level? Is it the expectation that the citizens of Montebello can expect this kind of behavior from the City Council members? This kind of behavior can cause the citizens to not want to vote. The perception that this behavior produces sends the message to the constituency that the City Council doesn't care what is best for us or our city. It doesn't matter who we vote into office because the City Council will continue these deceitful tactics to fulfill a personal agenda rather than a positive community outlook. Imagine what we can do with the funds spent on the attorney and law group used to conduct this investigation. Given the evidence, or better yet, the lack of credible evidence against Councilmember Torres, this latest attempt proves his statement to support my opening statement. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. Thank you.
Next speaker on closed session item, Will Severa, followed by Margot Iser.
Hi guys, and I understand that they don't want us to mention names, but my First Amendment right, I can mention names. They read my statement about my accusation and complaint. We can go on about complaints about other people as well, but I try to stick to actually the topics of what you guys vote on and what it is. Why are we getting the raises when we're already having difficulty with the financials in the city of Montebello? Before, when you would ask for travel, you used to get it broken down by actual city council member for each trip, and now you just get a bulk of it. Most of the employees are being very arrogant because they already know that they're friends with Rene Bobadilla. As far as it goes with Councilman Torres, the thing is, you guys are supposed to be here acting on our behalf. So when you're hearing residents say something, then it should mean something just because you might not agree with them. If you guys need a specific number, then you guys should let people know how many of a number you need so you could actually pay attention to them. In the history of Montebello, we have not actually been having many council members be reelected. We've only had a few in the last 20 years. So that should say something, that there's a lot of trust in the city council and mistrust in the city council. When you guys are going to talk about these resolutions, they're not even enforceable resolutions. There's past council meetings where the city attorney, Arnold Glassman, has even stated it, that they're not enforceable. It's still his First Amendment right, so he could be able to speak and critique anybody he wants. For as far as harassment goes, it's 5 specific rules, and Mr. City Attorney should know them too, that even if they wanted to go to court, it would never hold up. It is very difficult to even go with harassment. It has to be under the protected classes. So I definitely think that this is a witch hunt. This is definitely, in my opinion, something that Brad Perrin is behind, as well as assistance from the city manager. If you look at the news articles from El Monte, it says pretty much the same thing, retaliatory, and especially even Michael Chi, he was quoted for this is political. And because it is political, this is coming out. Even Jimenez said, oh, the ACLU, it's political. However, this isn't considered political right before an election because you guys are gonna need a hit piece. You can't even run on half the stuff that you claim you do. I'm sorry, but we have less transparency now, whether we are getting records. Yes, some of them are coming sooner, but I'll give an example. I just gave a records request for the police chief's contract. Mr. City Attorney, when was the last time that we need to get an additional agency to get confirmation? Because I have Brad Keller's, I have Chief Espinosa's, I even had yours. So when have we ever had to do that? That's because we're having micromanagement in the city hall, and that's not what we elected you guys for. If you have no power, then why are you up there? We elected you to represent us. I know Mr. Gutierrez is running, you know, like if he wins, man, I hope you actually stand up and you fight for us, because that's what we need. I know you love the city. Fight for us, man.
Any other speaker cards?
Yes, we do have two more.
Weiser.
Mark Weiser on special city council closed session item.
Thank you. I want to say that I vehemently oppose this recommendation as a citizen, public person, voter, taxpayer, et cetera. I believe that this type of thing is wasting money by hiring a special counsel. And what I heard when there was that meeting where they presented all this stuff was a bunch of things that were said, but actually no actual factual thing, like on X amount of day, this person did da-da-da-da. It was just, well, blah, 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 I didn't like the way he talked. It was very vague, and I don't think this is very relevant. I think this is impossible. If city employees are not able to be approached by a person who is supposedly their employer on our behalf, the voters, taxpayers, then it's a very ridiculous thing that, well, who are they working for? I mean, what is the reason for them being in the job if they're so sensitive that they can't take somebody to asking them for information or telling them, hey, maybe you should do this job a little differently. So I want to say I oppose this, and I think you would be it's very suspicious that you would be wasting money on such a thing when you just get along, learn to get along, take a communication course or something and learn to discuss your disagreements in a more positive way and find out what's really going on. Maybe the employees need to have a conference about how to actually do their jobs and communicate better, even with the public. Because I didn't know there was a finance and economics meeting or something like that. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be worked on that we the people need to get involved with. And I'd like that to be your focus rather than picking on one of the members of the city council because you don't like something he did. They said he did. Thank you. I actually talked faster than my time. I hope you understood me. So thank you. It's our city, it's our money, it's our people, and we want our representatives to represent us. And Mr. Torres has been doing a good job at that. Thank you.
Margot, did you also have a speaker card for closed session items on a regular meeting?
Yes, I did. Oh, yeah, that was.
You can go ahead and address them now if you
I
like.
could address it now. Oh, let me take my little notes here. Oh, well, I have one for just a general comment. Should I make that now too?
No, well.
No, that'll be
It's only on closed session
Okay, I'll
items.
just do the closed session item comment. Okay, here it is. I practice this at home. I'm saying in a positive way, you've got to stop Topgolf and the secret negotiations they're having with a highly paid city employee, that they're talking about something we, the citizens, people, taxpayers, voters, do not want to happen at our public championship 18-hole world-famous golf course and recreation area. Please stop Topgolf. Let them go out and talk with some other private corporations about renting out Costco or one of the, I don't know if the Sears is still empty or the Toys R Us. They could put their entertainment thing of an indoor driving range with dancing and drinking into an area that is more suitable on instead of at an actual golf course that has an actual open air driving range that instead of wasting money, make that improved. And the company that's running the golf course is actually making money. And it should be acknowledged for that. And some of that could be used to improve the outdoor driving range. It's much healthier and the golfers would be better off going out in the sunshine and air and doing their golfing and hitting the balls, but not to disrupt or violate in any way our famous, beautiful public golf course and recreation areas. So in other words, the positive message here is stop Topgolf. Thank you.
And then last speaker for regular closed session item is William Severa.
Good evening. So we're having the Topgolf situation. We've had multiple negotiations in the past with Francesca, the city attorney here, and they were actually pretty open. When we bought the properties right behind Jimmy's, that was actually pretty open. The only difference was they did not obviously have the person here. They said, what range can we go to for our price? Even with the bonds, it was even more open. Right now, the way it appears is you guys are going to continue moving down a path that there's no going back for, and you really don't have any outreach to see how many residents would actually go there. You know, if you go to Ontario, it's not off the freeway, it's actually on the street. So it would be nice if you guys could negotiate for us so we could still keep an 18-hole. If you go down the 60 freeway right after the 57 on the right-hand side, you can see that they're putting a lot of money into the golf course. And some of these issues that we would like to see over the last several years, well, like 20-plus years, they've never really put any money into the golf course. So obviously, it's not going to make the same type of money. We already knew it was having bad management. Like, I don't think every council member up there knew about it when they got rid of Tommy Camacho. So, this should be more open session and not be approving votes, and then you can't go back because they're going to sue, or we did a breach of contract. That should be an open session. There's a lot of misnomers where they're going to think that, hey, they're going to be responsible. Well, guess what? Because they're a corporation, and if they were to file bankruptcy, then the parent company is not going to be responsible. There's a lot of those laws that protect them, and there's a lot of companies that are on the New York Stock Exchange that are currently filing for bankruptcy. So the times are tough, the interest rates are getting higher. And as far as the raises and the other pieces right now, I mean, I never once heard how a resident is going to be needed to be exposed so that way they can say for public safety out of any of the cities, but yet the city's attorneys didn't do anything, neither did the city manager. Why? Because they're worried that they're going to be out of a position once everybody gets voted out.
Madam Mayor, that concludes our speaker cards for closed session items.
Okay, then, Madam Mayor, at this time, it's appropriate for the city council to recess into closed session for the special meeting for 2 items under anticipated litigation. And for the regular meeting, we have 4 different items: threat to public safety services or facilities, the conference with real property negotiators, conference with labor negotiators, and again, conference with real property negotiators, the items that are listed on your agenda. It's appropriate to recess at this time into closed session.
Okay, we'll return shortly. Thank you. we're back, we're back from closed session at 6:13. Mr. City Attorney, can you please report back for the items we did cover?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Well, I'll first start with the special City Council meeting. The record should reflect that the City Council, with all 5 members being present, recessed into closed session to discuss the 2 items of anticipated litigation. Briefing was provided by legal counsel to the City Council. There was no action taken that is required to be reported at this time, and nothing else on the special meeting closed session. We still have the open session matter to deal with. Moving on to the closed session for the regular meeting. On that item, there were 4 matters listed for closed session. The council addressed one of them, which was a conference with labor negotiators. Number 3, a briefing was provided to the City Council from the agency's negotiator. That is on your agenda for action in open session, so there was no action taken in closed session. Items 1, 2, and 4 will be reconvened in closed session after the 2 open meetings are concluded. That is my report from closed session, and I think because there's a number of individuals here for presentations, it might be appropriate to deal with the presentations at this time, Madam Mayor.
Yes, we'll do the invocation pledge and then jump right into the presentation so you don't have to wait. So with that, our invocation is going to be done by Treasurer Ralph Gutierrez.
Good evening, Montebello. As we gather here today, we pray that we are ever mindful of opportunities to render our services to fellow citizens and to our community, keeping in mind always the enduring values of life, exerting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which future generations can build with confidence. Let us continue to strive to make a better world. Amen.
And our pledge will be led by Director and veteran Nick Razzo. Before I start the ceremonies, I actually wanted to give a little shout out to Southgate's Mayor, Al Rios, is in the audience. So thank you and welcome to Montebello. So there's a number of you that look a lot more in shape than myself, and that's Run Montebello Run. So we would like to recognize the several runners that are in the audience for Run Montebello Run group that participated in the San Francisco Marathon in July. Runners were able to choose to complete a 5K, which is 3.1 miles, a 10K, which is 6.2 miles, a half marathon, which is 13.1 miles, and a marathon at 26.2 miles, or the ultra marathon at 52.4 miles. Today, we recognize your commitment to yourself and to your members by promoting overall wellness and community. We congratulate each and every one of you representing the city of Montebello at the 45th Annual San Francisco Marathon. So with that, I welcome my colleagues to go down so we can present their certificates. So this group was founded by 2 individuals next to me, our colleagues that are a lot more in shape and enjoy running for fun, not because someone is chasing them. So Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez, you have the floor with your colleagues that are runners.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you guys for being here. So I do want to add that it wasn't just myself and Sal that started this group. There's a resident by the name of Jeff Jimenez who's not here with us today. He's working. But when we were first elected in 2018, he reached out because he said he noticed that on my page I had running pictures. So yes, I'd been running marathons for several years. He used to coach track, and he went to Sure High School. So he suggested we start a running group. And I think there might have been several attempts before we came on to form a running group. However, it was a group effort. And fast forward, the pandemic came, we tried to put together a 10K in the city. We actually sat down with our staff who tried to help us put together a 10K because we have some beautiful hills, we have some beautiful routes in the city of Montebello. So anyhow, fast forward, we get to 2020, we're in the middle of this pandemic, and I think for the most part, everyone started to suffer from some sort of mental, it wasn't illness, but people were suffering mentally, just overall, our overall wellness was being affected. So I would get up every morning and I would run to the riverbed and I would see that, I would see a lot more families than I would normally see before the pandemic, just going down the riverbed, but it was still, they were doing it in a very safe and kind of scary way where like people were covering their faces on the riverbed. So I reached out to Sal, then I reached out to this resident, Jeff, and I asked them if they were ready to get together, choose a date so that we can gather and invite residents and see if they would come, but do it in a safe manner. So we did contact the county health department. They said, go ahead, try it out, as long as you guys meet and are 6 feet apart, cover your faces. So our first run was back in November of 2020. And we did create this group in an effort to promote wellness, overall wellness, because again, all of our mental states were being affected. So the first night we had moms that came with strollers, parents that came with their little ones, and everyone was masked up. So it was just it was something really beautiful to see, because these are perfect strangers that came together for one same cause, the one common cause, and it wasn't just to run, it was to build community, and it was to invest in their health. Fast forward, we're here. A year ago, I tried to challenge one of my runners, Chava, Salvador, he's a mountain runner. I ran the ultra marathon in 2019, 52.4 miles, and I wanted to encourage the runners to not just show up to run 3, 4, 6 miles every week, but to challenge themselves to do something different. So some of the runners came as walkers, they eventually became runners, then they're now marathoners. So then we had a little firecracker in our group, and she started recruiting the rest of the members to join the San Francisco Marathon, which is actually my favorite marathon. So Salvador decided to be my running partner for the ultra marathon. So we trained for the 52 miles. However, the week before I ended up with COVID. We had a reservation to do, everything was booked already. But we still got 12 of our runners for the very first time to go represent the city of Montebello in the San Francisco Marathon. So I'm very, very proud of them, because every week we meet, we have different people coming. It's a community that has come together, perfect strangers, and every week we have new people that add themselves to the group, and you wouldn't know that they're new because everyone in the bunch is very welcoming. And I'm really proud of this group because they're a family. So I want to bring them all up here. Yes, thank you.
10K per person.
Okay, so Rosemary Quintero, Isabel Quintero, and Joy Bravo did the 10K. You give them their certificate here. So Rosemary is actually my neighbor, but we didn't know we were neighbors until 6 months after she was running with our group. Oh, Joey's not here. Joey's on his way.
And half marathon was the next one.
Our half marathoners, oh, sorry.
Half marathon.
Okay. Andres Cruz and Joy Garcia are actually they're still driving, so we're gonna go with Lugo Viramontes. Lugo. Isaac Zermeno. Amy Quinones. Oh, and them three are not, they're on their way, So Jeff Jimenez is not here, but we have Brenda Chirino. Yay, Brenda.
Jeff is not here?
Jeff isn't here.
Brenda.
Were we gonna, And
Ozzy?
Where's the, oh, Ozzy. Ozzy Lira. Thank you, Ozzy. Congratulations. And our ultra marathoner, ¿dónde está Chava? Chava. So Chava, when I asked him if he wanted to run 52 miles, he's like, sí podemos, Chava. He went and he ran it on his own, but I was actually FaceTime him during the route. Felicidades, Chava. Anyway, I just want to, again, let the community know that this is a group that meets weekly, and now they've actually taken it upon themselves to host these runs every different days of the week. So it's just really nice that it's now a self-sustaining group, but I don't have to show up every week. They know that they're there to promote wellness and build community, and these are the leaders, our running leaders in our community. So whenever you want to come and join them, please do so in front of City Hall every Tuesday at 6:45. If you want to walk, you can walk. If you want to run, jog, they have a route for everyone. So, thank you. I'm sorry, I know I spoke a lot already.
Perfect, there you go. Everybody else follow. Excellent. I'll go to the other side.
Congratulations. That's on purpose. Like you did it for fun.
For fun.
That's great. That's so great.
All right, everybody, we're going to go right here on this camera on 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you so
Do you want to say anything? Any words? Any encouraging words? Thank you. Okay. No encouraging words. Okay. Just keep running. Got it.
Actually, some of them did the LA Marathon. We were going to do the LA Marathon, but we didn't.
Okay. And there's one more after this, right? Oh, East LA College. Okay. And while they're going to their seats, I apologize. I just saw past Mayor Leonard Mendoza in the audience from Commerce. So we can hear it for past Mayor Leonard Mendoza. So we now have a proclamation for Beverly Hospital, and this is for Kathleen Corinne. Kathleen here? Okay, Kathleen, come on down. So the proclamation reads, since 1949, Beverly Hospital has been a beacon of hope, healing, and healthcare for the residents of Montebello and such for San Gabriel Valley. Whereas the hospital's presence in the community has been critical to the public's well-being, providing a full range of inpatient and outpatient care, emergency services, and the latest technologies for diagnostic treatment and options. Whereas medical staff for over 375 physicians representing a wide spectrum of specialties is supported by experienced and dedicated employees and volunteers. Whereas Beverly Hospital's cardiology department provides state-of-the-art diagnostic treatment and surgical services to patients with heart-related illnesses, and experienced physicians and surgeons who work with a team of qualified cardiac anesthesiologists, critical care nurses, technicians, and other qualified staff to make each patient receive the finest personal attention and expert care. Whereas the opening of Beverly Hospital's new cardiac catheterization lab will offer enhanced heart care and improved patient access across Montebello and San Gabriel Valley. Whereas Beverly Hospital offers the latest in all digital cardiovascular imaging technology, providing its cardiologists with better information, resulting in more effective diagnosis and treatment of heart disease. Whereas its dedicated coronary unit will provide the latest medical and surgical treatments to cardiac patients in order to treat hypertension, cognitive heart failure, coronary artery disease, heart attack, stroke, and other conditions. Whereas Beverly Hospital's significant investment in new technology and facilities builds upon their foundation of growth and demonstrates its commitment to Montebello's health. So I, therefore, Kimberly Cobos-Cawthorn, Mayor of City of Montebello, do hereby celebrate and commemorate the opening of Beverly Hospital's new cardiac catheterization lab. Over, this is for you, which I know we did this.
Right we go, right here on three. One, two, three.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words? She says thank you, and hopefully she doesn't see you because that means, yeah. Thank you. The last presentation is East Los Angeles College. So,
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor Cobos Cawthorn, Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez, members of the City Council, City Manager Bobadilla, and members of the public. It's an honor to be here with you this evening. Thank you for this opportunity to present on East Los Angeles College's programs and opportunities. With me, I have Vice President of Student Services. You'll hear from him, Dr. Miguel Dueñas. Also with me, I have Deans of Southgate, Erica Mayorga, and of course, we recognized him earlier, but in his capacity as Dean is Al Rios. Next slide, please. We're clear on who we are and what we mean to the communities of East Los Angeles, the Southeast. Over the last 77 years, ELEC has established itself as the community college offering higher educational opportunities to the diverse communities ranging from, of course, Montebello to Alhambra, East Los Angeles, and with our Southgate Educational Center also providing education opportunities to the Southeast. We continue to be ranked number one in the nation of total enrollments for Latino students at a two-year college. This is a nationally recognized data. Also, despite the pandemic, we awarded over 8,100 total associate degrees for transfer in the past 2 years, earning the title of Champion of Higher Education by the Campaign of College Opportunity. We also produced the fourth Jack Kencook Scholar recipient in the last 2 years. This is a national scholarship given to about 100 students nationwide. We've had 4 students come out of ELAC in the last 2 years. It's great recognition. As a community college, the only community college actually in the state with a museum, the Vincent Price Art Museum has allowed us to establish a one-of-a-kind museum certificate program, the first in a community college, and now we're looking to extend this program into our high schools through our dual enrollment program. Next slide, please. Here's who we are. Our demographics show that 2/3 of our student population are indeed women. Now, we are working diligently to re-engage our male students. We've seen a significant drop over the years, and more so during the pandemic. So this is something that we're working on as a college. It was a trend throughout nationwide, particularly men of color. So we have a charge here to re-engage many of the students that we lost through the pandemic. 3 in 4 students are Latino, while 11% are AAPI, 3% are African American. We've developed a task force, however, to work specifically on focusing African American outreach for Black students, and also looking at better ways to support our students. Finally, you'll see there about 50% of our students are between the ages of 20 to 29 years of age. But we also have a large percentage of students under 20. And these, again, are primarily our students coming out of high school. Next slide, please. I'm going to ask now Dean Al Rios to talk a little bit about our Southgate Educational Center.
Hello, council members from and Montebello. I'm glad to be here. First time here. Mayor, thank you for the space, and everybody here, all the folks here that support the Montebello team. I'm here, greetings from Southgate, but I'm here in my other capacity as Dean of Instruction at East Los Angeles College. I've been associate professor and dean there for over 20 plus years, and an alumni from the college. And we have a history here in the city of Montebello, the college. I mean, a lot of your schools here at Montebello Unified feed into the college. Like you mentioned, Sure High School, we have a lot of activities there. But it's a long history and a good history, and a lot of alumni that live in your city that attended East Los Angeles College. So in terms of current position at the Southgate campus, let me talk a bit about. We started about 27 years ago in Huntington Park in that city. It was an old Pacific Bell building, and we started offering classes there with 9 classrooms. And then we moved over to, we outgrew that location, moved over to Southgate, and we've been there for some years now, and we've outgrown that location, and now we're gonna build a new campus right across the street. So we're real excited about that. We received center status, meaning that we have an identity now, and we receive money separately from the main campus, so that's exciting news. We provide short-term courses, 5-week, 8-week, for accelerated completion. We've expanded. I mean, mostly you've probably heard of the Jaime Escalante program that started at East LA. Yeah, I see the mayor saying yes. I mean, it has a history of sending people to the universities. I mean, we offer that for middle school and high school students, and believe me, those kids benefit, and it's a good reason why they're able to attend the universities. We've increased dual enrollment, and the vice president will talk about dual enrollments. That's what we offer in the high schools, and we have plenty of that in here in the city of Montebello. We offer non-credit programs, and these are credits that are programs that are free for citizenship, ESL, and we want to bring the college to your community. If the community doesn't want to go to college, if you have space, or we're working with your parks and rec, we're ready to make it happen here. If we need to bring the services here to your community, you just tell us what we need to do. We have career and technical educational pathways. At Southgate, we focus on allied health, and health, I mean, there's a lot of jobs there, and so we got a good program there. And at the main campus, administration of justice, fire technology, business, and of course, teaching is a big concern now with lack of folks going into the teaching field. So we got a good program, good faculty. So if you want to send folks to the college so that they, fill those positions we need in the schools. So the next slide. Okay. All right. So I'm so excited because we have a campus is going to be built, a bigger campus at the Southgate campus, and it's estimated to cost about $85 million. The money is already there. The construction already started. It's going to be 105,000 gross square foot new facility, state-of-the-art, 3-story building, and just going to be really exciting to have that there in the southeast. New building will increase instructional space by 82% from the current building, allowing for about close to 500 course offerings sections a year. So that's exciting. The new building will bring and provide additional space for specialized student support services, including counseling, tutoring, library resources, and technology enhancement. So again, the college is your neighbor here, not too far. Just tell us how we can be partners in promoting education in Montebello, and that's why our team is here. So thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Erica Mayorga. I am one of the deans at Southgate campus. If I could have the next slide, please. Okay, so you heard all the great stuff we have at ELAC, and just to sum it up, we of course have free and affordable tuition, which has been mentioned. That includes financial aid and also special programs that deal with first-year students and returning students. We offer flexible class schedules. We know that since the pandemic, students are not learning or taking classes like they have in the past, and so I'll speak to that later on. We have and are committed to state-of-the-art classrooms. We're currently rebuilding classes at our Monterey Park campus and our Southgate campus, but also have high flex classes that allow instructors to teach online at the campus where a student can sit in a classroom with an instructor and also Zoom, sort of like what we're doing today. We have an innovative amount of programs. We have about 100 different CT programs, and some of them are listed here, the Sheriff's and Fire Academies, STEM. And of course, ELAC is known for our great partnerships. We've been around for 75 years plus. We have been known in the community, and I think that's one of the things that sticks out about ELAC that we're so proud about. Basically, not only providing great academic programs, but having key partners to help us create and innovate and always move forward with those programs. Dedicated staff, of course, again, alums from ELAC is so important, so dedicated to always meeting the needs of our students and being there for them. Next slide, please. And again, as was mentioned earlier, we offer a lot of awards. You'll see here we have had within 20 and 21 associate degrees, 4,071 awards within 1 year. 2,436 certificates, 857 skill certificates, and 465 non-credit certificates. Our acceptance rates for last year was 71% of our students went on to a UC, 89, almost 90% of our students went on to a CSU. Next slide, please. And ELAC provides inclusive, dynamic, and engaging campus activities. We know as educators that students succeed when they feel a sense of community, when they feel that they are engaging, and we offer so many different programs. One of them here is the Husky Leadership Academy, where students who are interested in pursuing leadership roles or meeting with other entities or people in leadership positions, they take a series of courses and get an opportunity to also learn more about careers in leadership. All of our majors and departments at ELAC also have clubs, which are not listed here, but I think that's so important to mention because that allows a student to engage and become better familiar with what they want to go into, and also an opportunity to mentor, not only and those programs are driven by our faculty who are really well known in the field, so that helps the student better prepare for the workforce and also helps them align with their academic goals. Next slide, please. So CT programs, that's Career Technical Education Programs. We offer, again, over 100 certificates. We have an array of them. They're stacked in what we call career academic caps. And there's AJ, there's language communication, social and behavioral sciences. There's an array of different ones. And as Dean Rios mentioned, health sciences is one of our highest earning certificate programs, and business administration. Next slide, please. So flexible schedules, going again to the scheduling. We realize that since the pandemic, students learn differently. We continue to be dedicated to offering classes in the modality that students feel best. We continue to offer classes in the evening. We have classes till 10 p.m. We offer classes Friday and Saturdays. We have online classes. We have classes where you meet face-to-face. We have classes where your instructor's in the class and you're watching them via Zoom. So there's an array of different courses and also short-term courses. So we know that next week we start our fall semester. It's important for students and the public to know, the community to understand that it's still not too late to enroll in the fall semester. We have courses that start later on in the 5, 6, 8, 10, and 12-week options. So please come see us, and we can give you more information about that. Next slide, please. Then here is just a list of our academic programs for 2021. You'll see that our largest associate's degree is in the general studies, which we know to be the AGETSI program. We have over 1,000 students complete a in that degree, and then we have business, second leading, general studies under natural sciences, psychology, AJ, and general studies, and so forth. And then below is our certificate. So for 2021, certificates are anything that's below, anything that earns a 12 to 16 units is considered a certificate. So these are the list of certificates between in the year of 2021 that we offered. So starting with, again, our largest one is a general education certificate with 1,488 class completions. And then our YETSI program, 525. Moving on to our basic training academy and police academy, which is also very renowned and known, and you'll hear more about it later on in the presentation. And that concludes my piece. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next slide, please. We'll go through this quickly, but I appreciate your indulgence here. I do want to talk a little bit about the public safety academies. This is one of our signature programs, as Dean Mayorga stated. Through the PSAs, we have developed educational collaborations between East Los Angeles College, the county, the cities, law enforcement and fire services that really provide our employees with college-level units for state-mandated trainings that you all need to do. The trainings are done by the agencies, and they're at the same educational level as courses offered at a 2-year college, and therefore they count towards division of work. So the college credits cover initial academy training, but all regular training is also done daily by employees of the agency and in the course of their required work. So the employees are considered ELAC students. They are provided with the advantages of being students, such as counseling, student services support, and other aspects that ultimately lead to educational success. You'll find that many of our city employees that go through the academies pursue higher education degrees after their initial training. There's tremendous potential here and collaboration with the city, so we open our doors for partnerships potentially with the city of Montebello, with our public safety and fire academies that we offer here. Again, we're going to go quickly, and I'm going to ask for the next to last portion, Vice President Dueñas.
Greetings all. And I'll be sharing, next slide please. I'll be sharing a little bit about something that's truly connected with Montebello. We have a great partnership with Montebello Unified School District where we offer dual enrollment program. Dual enrollment programs are programs that offer our middle school and high school students an opportunity to earn college credit. And this is a great advantage for our population, our students here, because this sets them up for having a greater advantage to transition to university and get ahead of the game. We had a student from ATC that graduated 2 years ago with an AA degree before she graduated from ATC. Imagine the savings for that for the family. This is the impact of dual enrollment. And when you have some of the data there which shows that we had a decline during the mid-year of the pandemic, our goal right now is to regain that momentum for our students, providing additional access for our families and students to increase. The goal of the commitment we have is getting to 8,000 students by this upcoming year. That's something working in collaboration with MUSD. I'm sure we will reach that goal. Next slide, please. As the students transition through our dual enrollment program and through MUSD, we also provide opportunities for them to transition to ELAC if they choose to do so. We have a first-year experience program that has the name of the College Promise. The College Promise provides a student, no matter of their monetary abilities, they are able to take on 2 years for free. 2 years where they get a laptop, they get support, they get individualized guidance from a counselor. Through those 2 years, they also have success management, where they have a person that's dedicated to them, calling and checking in on them, ensure that they register for the next courses, know when to start talking to a transfer coordinator, a counselor, to ensure that they're successfully transitioning to their degree choice or degree completion. Next slide, please. What we have now, and all of us had to transition and migrate into online. Educational programs are the same. As you see here, we have some of the data that demonstrates the abilities that East Los Angeles College has done to ensure that we have access to our programs online and in person. But this one specifically, we have our faculty members, 546 faculty members that are DE certified. That means distance ed certified. They're able to teach the classes remotely, giving access to our students, whether their modalities are virtual, in person, high flex, which means that students could be in class or at home and still participate in the same class. ELAC is, again, being innovative to ensure that we meet the needs of our students. And on the right-hand side, you see some of our goals that we set for ourselves for the upcoming school year, for our community members to ensure that they continue to have access at ELAC. Next slide, please. And we didn't forget about all our population, non-credit. Non-credit program support, we have a wide range of folks that are considering going back to school or have not even thought that school was for them. A non-credit program is a safe way to do this. They go into taking courses, either if it's a citizenship course, English mastery through ESL, or trying to get into a trade, but they don't want to impact their academic record, they could try a non-credit course and get a taste of the programming, and then that escalates them into going into a degree field. What we are in now is expanding this to our middle schools and high schools as well. Having some career explorations, like all the middle school, all the high schools in Montebello Unified have their pathways. We're exploring this early on in the middle schools to ensure students gain access to career pathways in a safe way, which is a non-credit course. Next slide, please. And as you're probably thinking, like, what else does ELAC offer? Well, our student services area has an array of services for our students. Admissions, financial aid. And financial aid, again, is also accessible for all students. Documented students, undocumented students, citizens, international students. We have different modes of support for students. Counseling, students come in, they're not sure what they would like to take. A counselor could advise them as to what courses they are interested in based on an assessment they could take, just answering a few questions. But again, along the side, beyond that, we go into the College Promise and some of the other programs that we have that are specialized for students. And I'll share a little more about this in the next slide. Next slide, please. And here we look at basic needs. Our students are coming in with an array of needs. They have identified challenges they were not aware of before. So through our basic needs efforts, we have our one zone area that is an affinity group. We have a wide range of groups and programs that are tailored for every student that we have at East Los Angeles College. Through this, there's also money that has been invested in here. As you see, some of the relief funding that was provided for students. We know that during the pandemic, a lot of things happened at home. There were resources that were available or unavailable. We were trying to help to find ways on how to mitigate that and ensure that they had access. So this is going to continue. And next slide, please. And I'll share some of the other areas that we have on our campus that we provide for students. Student housing. If a student has a situation where they have nowhere to go, we provide support for them. We also have a food pantry, giving students support and snacks, meals in a very respectful way. The students feel comfortable enough to come to our offices. Technology, we handed out thousands of computers to students. We're moving into hotspots right now and also providing transportation. If the student does not have the ability or the fiscal means to get to the college, we provide Metro tab cards. Physical and mental health. And I paused there with intention because it's important right now. And we have additional support for our students for that. And beyond that, if they need a job, we find them support. Either they work with us on the campus or we find a neighboring partner that has an opportunity there. So again, a lot happening at East Los Angeles College. We're so proud to be here and to share this with you. And I'll have Dr. Roman close us out with the last slides.
Thank you. I don't know if we have the faces. If you could go to the next slide. We might have some pictures of students, but this is ELAC. This is ELAC. This is your college. And Mayor Cawthorn, of course, city council members. Montebello is an important city to ELAC service area. And we take pride in being your partners, really in providing affordable, high-quality education to the residents of Montebello. We look forward to possibilities for partnership with you in the future. Again, this is who we are, this is who we serve. We're here to collaborate and serve the residents of Montebello. I believe there's some Husky alum out there in the house, so let's give a round of applause. We got a couple here, 3. Thank you, Mayor. But again, thank you for this opportunity. We decided to come by and tell you East Los Angeles College is here, our doors are open, and we're ready to serve our community. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you so much. I'll go down the list. Councilmember Melendez, do you have any comments?
Just thank you for the presentation. I'm a product of a community college. I didn't go to ELAC, but anyhow, I know how it works. Coming out of high school, I didn't really have real clarity of what I wanted to do, and the community college provided that path. Transferred to Cal State LA, and then eventually was able to get my law degree last year. So I went through the whole process, right? So I know firsthand, the benefits of a community college, and I was able to save some money and actually go into the path that I wanted to go to. So again, what you guys are all doing is great, and we hope to continue the partnership and yeah, definitely have more Montebello residents going into ELAC. Thank you.
Councilmember Sanders.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh, Councilmember Peralta?
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation, and just really learning how ELAC focuses on, community career technical ed pathways and the many ways that ELAC is providing quality education for our residents here in Montebello and outside of Montebello. And the exciting part is also seeing the opportunities and the funding that's available for housing insecure students.
Right.
We're seeing a lot of, year after year, just because of COVID and other economic situations, how our students are becoming housing insecure, and how, in the past, community colleges never really were that source of education that provided housing. We saw that at the university level, but not at the community college level. So for ELAC to take on and really, provide that type of assistance, I think is amazing. So just want to, really highlight that. Also, thank you so much for sharing a little bit about the PSA, the Public Safety Academy program, which I've heard is a world-class program. I wanted to ask, and I don't know if this is more directed for staff, but I understand that ELAC is within our service area compared to Rio Hondo, and currently our fire department and our police department use Rio Hondo as far as for their accounting when it comes to the education and training. How would how would our service departments be able to use the PSA programs in Montebello to qualify for those types of educational requirements that they need?
Yes, thank you for that question, Councilmember Peralta. We do offer those, all of the services that I think you would want to have. It's a conversation. I want to follow up with our city manager. We have everything that Rio Hondo offers. We have other programs as well. We are in your service area, and I think this is the opportunity for us to extend ourselves in those programs to you. We would love to serve the city of Montebello, particularly because you are in our service area. So let us follow up, and hopefully we'd love to bring you on board, because again, it's not just about getting the training, but a lot of the city employees that go through our trainings end up getting higher degrees, which is what we want ultimately to prepare them academically and professionally. So we'll follow up, and we're ready to go whenever you say. So you're in our service area, and technically we should be serving your employees through our academy. So happy to follow up on that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Thank you, Director Rahman. So I'm glad that Ms. Peralta asked that question, but I know that Ed had this conversation with our chief and our city manager with regards to a lot of the young men in Montebello that go to Rio Hondo. Most recently, we had a former council member and mayor, and his boys are going through the academy, but I always wondered why they were going to Rio Hondo when we have ELAC. And I know the opportunities there. I'm really glad that you guys are finally here, because it's unfortunate that the college is so close to us. I think a lot of our community doesn't really tap into as much as they should.
Yes.
And it's really nice to hear of all the opportunities and to see ELAC and the way it's turned around just in the past 10 years. This is great. So I'm really excited to start a partnership. I told you earlier, even with the Universidad de Guadalajara, and there are so many opportunities. So thank you all for being here this evening, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Jimenez. Looking forward to the partnership, and yes, we're ready.
Councilmember Torres, questions, comments?
Thank you, Mayor. My colleagues all had great statements. Just to add a little bit in my own personal experience, taking a few classes at ELAC, I just want to really exalt the work that you and the educators do there. It was really incredible in the courses that I took, that some of my professors were Ivy League professors that were coming to our community to give us that kind of quality education. So when people think about, what am I really going to learn and what kind of education I'm going to get, I'm here to tell you firsthand that you get a world-class education at our community colleges. And just thank you so much for the services that you provide to our community, because Lord knows we need it. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Torres.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I know for myself, I'm a little bit jealous, because when I went to jump ahead in high school like that ATC student did. And it just is amazing. I went there recently for an MUSD graduation, and your stadium is phenomenal. It accommodated us beautifully. So that's just a little partnership with our MUSD. So hopefully the CM and I can maybe go and ACM can maybe tour that Southgate campus,
love
that'd be
to.
great, so,
Yes.
as a start, so.
I would love to.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your meeting. And again, we're here to serve you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
You don't have to stay, you can go, have a nice dinner.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll go on to back to the special meeting, regular business. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, we do have public comments and agenda items only for the special meeting. Is that correct? Yeah. And then, and we only have one item of regular business, which is the consideration of adoption of resolution number 22-73, expressing dissatisfaction with the behavior of Councilmember David Torres and admonishing him for his harassing and hostile conduct. Why don't we go through the public comments first?
First comment is from Jack Cortez. We write as concerned citizens regarding the conduct of Councilmember Torres. Councilmember Torres has, in an independent investigation, been found guilty of such acts as harassment towards members of city staff, amongst other negative actions. This behavior should be resolutely condemned, and such behavior by others in other cities, counties, and states have been universally condemned, regardless of political affiliation or party. Councilmember Torres has a handful of ardent supporters who refuse to believe the findings of the independent investigation. The simple question we ask then is, if you are so adamant the independent study was wrong, then why not be requesting a second independent investigation? There is no talk of this, only denial in the form of words, no actions. If a second independent investigation shows guilt, then Councilmember Torres should be forced to resign, like many unfortunate individuals in the past whose actions have harmed the office they hold. Should he be found innocent in a second, then a tiebreaker third should be conducted. This common sense approach may be outlandish or even confusing in a government setting. We are aware. But imagine for a moment you had an employee working for you who it was claimed had harassed another employee of yours. Then they were found by independent investigation to be guilty. Would you, as a business leader, keep this employee because the employee's mother and father claimed the whole thing was a sham? Put in a simpler context, the answer is obvious. The city has had far too many instances of despicable behavior over the years, not to mention the region. Negative things will happen, of course, but it is the response to such behavior that sets a tone for the future. Ignoring or claiming conspiracy in the year 2022, be proven legitimate acts of harassment by a male in power is completely wrong. Have we learned nothing? Powerful men should be accountable for their actions and be advocates for empowering women. Councilmember Torres and Council, have a second investigation independent again to confirm the findings of the first and act accordingly. Next comment is from Sylvia Takayama. A 30-year resident of Montebello, I feel that once again, the mayor has announced this decision at the last minute to sway voters in our district by not honoring the time that was previously announced. I also feel that we should not ignore other misconduct that involves our city mayor and the fire chief. We should be fair and transparent. During this time, we need to see that no one is above the law, that if this measure is justified for one person, it should be followed for all council members. Next comment is from Martin Arcos. Hello, Mayor, council members, and staff. I am writing regarding item 2 about action being taken against Councilmember Torres. It's about damn time. He has been nothing short of an embarrassment to the elected seat he holds. The horrific and disruptive manner he treats employees and management is disgusting. Torres has caused so many problems and is nothing more than a smokescreen to cover up his hostile treatment of all, including his colleagues. I hope tonight you vote to throw the book at him and punish him for the deplorable way he treats others. Too bad you, Torres, weren't on city council when your father was city administrator. Then you would have been justified to criticize and attack the lousy job he did. Proof, where is the $353,000 missing funds? He was city admin back then. Is that how he bought your house and your other family members that live on your street, Park Avenue? Show some transparency, find out where the HUD went. I dare you to investigate Richard Torres, do your job. He was a crooked city admin. Everyone knows that fact. FYI, Rafael Gutierrez is going to win your district by a landslide. Just watch. Next comment is from Amanda Samaniego. I am commenting on the outgoing city-sponsored harassment of Councilmember Torres because it is heinous and highlights massive flaws in our city personnel. This should be a proud moment for Montebello with the first Afro-Latino council member ever elected, but he has been targeted by racists. Instead of the HR department speaking to affected parties and investigating if needed, this alleged issue was thrust into the public eye with a long PowerPoint presentation full of extraneous and unrelated information that provided no concrete evidence such as text/email. Instead, the public was treated to several slides of hearsay from people that may or may not exist. During this investigation, Councilmember Torres was denied legal counsel. The city deliberately used our taxes to slander and harass a sitting council member and provide no recourse instead of following procedure. We can't help but conclude that this is due to racism, insecurity, or some ugly combination of these. Shame on the bigots sitting on the council. Shame on the city attorney for not forcing the bigots to adhere to the proper procedure and allowing this to unfold despite sitting in the middle of the dais. Our city needs better. Stop using our taxes to perpetuate racism. The last comment is from Myung Soo Seok. My name is Myung Soo Seok, and I'm writing this letter of support for Councilmember David Torres on behalf of Painters and Allied Trades District Council 36. We would like to reiterate our support for him and would like to state that we hold Councilmember Torres in high regards and only have seen high levels of integrity from him. I'm not able to attend tonight's meeting due to schedule conflict, but I hope our respect and high level of support for Councilmember Torres be felt by all council members through my last public comment on this email. Best, Myung Soo Seok, on behalf of Painters and Allied Trades District Council 36. That concludes the special meeting comments. Is this for special meeting?
Do we have any in-person?
Madam Mayor, there are no speaker cards for agenda item 2 on special council meeting.
Public comment because they weren't clear on how to put it in for that piece. So, if the mayor told us that, I'll log on it real quick because I put it in public comment because normally we put everything together.
I submitted a speaker card where I'm well.
All of the speaker cards, Mayor, state public comment. So
For regular council meeting? We'll deal with those at the regular council meeting then. Mr. City Clerk, are there any cards for the special meeting?
Ms. Preseno commented on non-agenda items.
Okay.
So we're assuming that's regular meeting.
Yeah.
No item was checked off.
Okay.
The general comment
Well,
on
because we don't have a card for special meetings. So if there's anyone who submitted a card, Mayor, I would suggest, if there's anyone who submitted a card and wishes to address the city council on item number 2 of the special meeting, this would be appropriate for them to be called at this time. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the city council on item number 2 of the special meeting? Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand and please. Okay, so we'll go with ladies first. So ma'am, please step forward. State your name. You have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Alexandra Briseño, and I come tonight before you to speak on your rules regarding public comments, and especially as how they relate to Councilman David Torres. For those speaking in person, the rules state, you may address the city council in person the day of the meeting. Speakers will be required to fill out a speaker card provided at the door and turn it in to the deputy city clerk prior to each public comment announcement period. Staff will number and call each speaker card in the order received. Now, with regards to public comments submitted via email, your rules state, these comments will be submitted to all members of the city council and may not be read aloud. I repeat, may not be read aloud, but will be entered into the record of the proceedings. For the past 2 years, public comments submitted via email, and especially those that are retaliatory or demeaning towards Councilman David Torres and Councilwoman Scarlett Peralta, are read out loud despite the stated rules. Sadly, these disparaging comments made anonymously are full of false allegations, and they are a violation of the rules. I ask that you please end this practice of reading public comments that are submitted via email out loud, because the email composers often hide behind a fake name, and because it violates the public comment rules. Often, these anonymous comments are very embarrassing. They make our city look bad. And vendors that want to deal with us, members of the public, it's really embarrassing. And I ask that members of the dais, please, let's stop this. If people have something to say, they have to have the courage to come up here and say it out loud, and then, they're more credible. That concludes my comments. Thank you very much.
Mr. Severi, your time starts now. Please start the clock. Members of the audience, this time is starting. Thank you.
You're going to restart it then?
Nope, you started.
Okay. Well, you stop, so. Will Severi, thank you for hearing me out. Just a question out of here. Who actually believes that this is just a political game? Can you raise your hand at least? It's at least a good quarter
Sir,
to
you
a
have
half.
to address the city council.
And she's also in charge, so she should be
You have to
speaking.
address the city council,
Yeah, I
sir.
know, but it's
You're out
actually
of order,
free
sir.
speech. And I'm not out
Please
of order.
address the
She
city
runs it. She
council.
even said it, so please stop interrupting. It's actually been having lawsuits in several cities about this already. And as it is, speaking of lawsuits, you guys are trying to put this off, and Dumanian already lost a case against Navarro, and you're also going to be having other cases. When you guys are talking about the budgets and everything else, are you guys including all the legal fees? Because on the registry, I never get to see any of the bills to Dumanian, as well as when you pay for your director's fees for the Rotary Club, I don't get to see those things either. But when you got to hear Domania speak up here, what she tried to claim was, and let's be clear, she said it was harassment. When she was being specific, she even showed slides. It was 3 council members out of the 17, and she was also very clear that he was asking for documents because they were not providing them even in the agendas. He was also asking, and it was very clear about financials. I've requested financials, and it's a joke the way that they are done now, but yet we praise employees. And it's also an infringement on his First Amendment right to have freedom of speech. This whole thing is set up because it's a game. It's happened before in our city's history. Arnold, you've been here long enough and you've seen the games, you've even been a part of the council. So you already know what I'm talking about, even with the Bill Molinari case, and we have other council members as well. None of the stuff that they actually accused Torres of was anything that would be held up in court. It was not quid pro quo, it was not sexual harassment, it was not defamation, it was not anything along those lines that are protected. It wasn't gender specific, age specific, nor was it anything to do with race. So those are your 5 pretty much protected areas which they did not qualify for. We already have several lawsuits. We have Captain Vernon Creswell. We already have Ferrari. We have Carrera. You have the Transit. You have Vicente Gutierrez. Do we even have all of that appropriated? Because I believe you just lost one and you guys have another lawsuit for $5 million. So are we going to be really able to pay all of that? Because you guys say we have a balanced budget. But, I guess that's about it for right now. But hopefully you guys see, you have a bunch of residents here that they're not in favor of what you guys are trying to do. you guys are up for election, so I guess we'll see how that plays out when you guys are gone, right?
That concludes public comment. We'll move on to item number 2. Thank you.
Regular business, item number 2.
Those of you that keep applauding, thank you very much.
To regular business, item number 2.
It's to the council level for review and discussion of the resolution.
Okay, is there a staff presentation?
I think the item speaks for itself, and everything that's in the staff report is there for your review and consideration, and it's at the council level, Mayor.
Okay, can I have a motion for this item?
I'll make the motion.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
It's up at discussion level. Councilmember Melendez, any comments or questions?
Just have a quick comment. First of all, thanks everybody for their comments, for coming here, for emails that were submitted. This resolution is something for the council that we have to do in order to maintain a professional and respectable work environment. I know I've had conversations with Councilmember Torres off the record, and he knows, we had different discussions about this. The purpose of this is to try to create a safe working environment, whether it was one employee, 20 employees, whether it was one claim, multiple claims, we have to take every allegation seriously, right? A report was presented to us, and based on those findings, it is appropriate for us to take the actions that are listed on the resolution. Now, I do hope that the resolution is the first step towards a better working environment between my colleague and staff, and that's something that I've reiterated to my colleague. I know there's a lot of tension here. I know there's a lot of division in our city, and the leadership here, we need to start working together. We need to start moving the city into the right direction. I know it's election season. I know we're passionate. I know there's Facebook groups and Facebook pages that are specifically doing stuff to. I'll just leave it at that. But again, we need to all do better. Us up in the council and residents as well. It takes cooperation between all of you and between us, and we need to continue to move the city in the right direction. So those are my comments, and again, I hope that this is a first step moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peralta, questions, comments?
Yes, I do have a few comments that I'd like to state on the record. Very similar to the last go around, but seeing this come up again last minute as a special city council meeting, I find myself once again reminded of the disappointment towards the majority of this council. I'm going to call it what my colleagues don't like it to be called, which is a witch hunt towards Councilmember Torres. I please ask that I am allowed to just continue reading my statement. This will remain as a stain in our city's history and reputation, and will serve as yet another reminder of the toxic, the unwelcoming, retaliatory environment that so often comes with trying to make change. I was elected 2 years ago, bright-eyed young woman from our community, excited to be on city council, wanting to create change, introduce innovative policies, items that would increase the quality of life for our residents. Instead, I was introduced to just an environment that was unwelcoming, that was toxic, that was hurtful, full of bullying, retaliation, simply because I was going against the grain, because I was speaking my mind, because I wanted transparency, because I was asking for documents. Again, this was enabled by council members sitting on this dais. Councilmember Torres is facing punishment and is doing exactly what he promised our residents he would do. He came to City Council to ask questions, to hold City Hall accountable. It is unfortunate that the culture surrounding Montebello politics is so twisted that this behavior is viewed as unallowable. I have witnessed firsthand and have experienced it myself. That bullying, that retaliation from my colleagues, especially the mayor, who has used her power to not only bully me on the dais and Councilmember Torres, but also outside at public events. And this is not acceptable. We, as city council members, should have the professionalism and the respect to debate and discuss policy. Simply because I ask questions or because Councilmember Torres asks questions or because we vote no on certain items, we shouldn't be retaliated against. We should be able to agree to disagree and continue the conversation. But this council, takes dissent personal, and they use their power and their influence to hurt us. Never was council provided with a report of the investigation that was conducted, paid for by your tax dollars, our residents. We were also never provided the actual correspondences that Councilmember Torres had. No text messages, no emails, no conversations, which he also requested to be made public. Never once in this shameful presentation that was given was the council provided with legitimate evidence of harassment. Let me repeat that. Never once in the shameful presentation that council was provided was there any legitimate evidence of harassment. Now, I'm not saying that maybe there was some form of where our employees felt uncomfortable. I'm not denying that. But the fact that this was made out in a public trial, basically lynching my colleague right here, how does that protect our employees who came forward? There are appropriate channels to resolve these types of issues. We have a grievance process, we have HR that could have handled this process internally without exposing and embarrassing those employees that came forward. The manner that this was conducted is completely shameful and inappropriate. Councilmember Torres is facing punishment for doing exactly what he promised our residents he would do. It's just completely appalling. And, you know, I still applaud him. I really do applaud him for continuing to stay true to both to his principles and his word to our constituents. And I am confident that the residents of Montebello will see through this political theater. Thank you. That concludes my comments, Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez. Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez.
During closed session, I did tell Mr. Torres that I wasn't going to speak anymore, but I did address a lot of things with him. However, I think it's important that the employees that came forward understand that we hear them, and whatever form of harassment came upon them, we have to acknowledge it and we have to do right by them. We agreed during closed session, if I may share this, because it was closed session, that we didn't sign up for this.
Madam Mayor, let me remind council, what you say, what's said in closed session
Stays in
by the
closed.
council is in closed session, but you can express your views in open session by not referencing closed session.
Okay, so one of my colleagues and I share the same, I know, and I'm sure everybody does here. When we were first elected, some of us in 2018, some of us in 2020, we genuinely wanted to make changes in our city. And as we start finally moving in the right direction, and a lot of the residents, both in the north and the south, begin to see some of the changes, we continuously have Mr. Torres just harassing our staff, criticizing our staff. Forget about, asking about all these documents and information that sometimes, before we come on the dais, we have been briefed and we all have the same opportunity to go over items, to have things explained to us. So then when we come on the dais, we already have a good idea as to how we're going to vote. We don't need to have these grandstanding moments and have to read anyone's scripts up here. Now we're here because not just one person, 2 people, or 10 people. It was more than a dozen people that came forward, and they all experienced different forms of harassment from Mr. Torres. we took this long. I think, for the most part, I think we were waiting to give Mr. Torres an opportunity to change some of those things, but he continued to do these things online, publicizing just negative comments about staff. And the very same staff that has helped us move the city in a better direction. We're in a much better place than we were 2 years ago, and we have staff to be grateful for that. Now, we have these claims that came against Mr. Torres, and we did have conversations with him and asked him if the least he could do was apologize or acknowledge to some of these employees, apologize for making them feel the way he did, but he chose not to. He was given an opportunity to turn things around. We asked him to come out here and to talk to the residents that are here to support him. We understand that you might not like Mr. Torres, but the bottom line is he did something to offend and to make our employees feel unsafe, threatened, and harassed. So we can't discredit our employees for that. And it's unfortunate that, yes, we can't continue to just do good work. Like, I have to agree with Briseño that just came up here, Ms. Briseño, I don't remember your first name, but Ms. Briseño, with, the fact that we have this place where we come together every 2 weeks, people log into these meetings, and when they see this chaos again, this isn't attractive to anyone. This will not attract good business, this will not attract new business. But we have a phenomenal team in place who has helped us do that. So everything that is happening here, and again, Mr. Torres, he sets the narrative for this. He really has. So unfortunately, he was unwilling to accept and acknowledge and just really, as a respectful resident, colleague, council member, elected official, to just stand up and express the fact and share the fact that he did harass these employees. You can laugh. So, again, so what are you telling our employees? This is shameful. This is shameful because we've seen it. We've repeatedly.
This is the first warning. SB 11 was signed into law yesterday.
And we want to talk about, we want to talk about being fair and, when, again, there was a time, Mayor, when you all voted together, and one of the first actions that you took was to just skip me in this rotation, and I wasn't crying about it because I told everyone, I don't need a title to be a leader, and none of us should need that. But all three of you took an action, and at some point down the line, Mayor Kobels and I got to talking, we had an exchange of words, and we moved forward. And there are a lot of things. People will ask, how is this happening now? Why is this? I can't explain to people why David is the way he is, and I will not go around bad-mouthing him. His actions speak for themselves. And again, those very same people that talk about, having this negative place, you are the negativity. The worst thing about Kimberly 2 years ago, 4 years ago, was the people that she surrounded herself with. And now it's the very same people that Mr. Torres surrounds himself with. And it's not okay because we continue to talk about this toxic environment, but it's only the same council members that are right now, no one's a martyr up here. And we are elected officials because we were elected to change things in our city, to make things better. But we're wasting our time. We have too much going on, too many positive things happening. And this is the last thing that I think any of us signed up for to do. This is the most ineffective piece of anything that we've ever done. And it's unfortunate that it had to take so many employees and this time from our employees to come forward and talk about the injustices that they felt at work. And I as an organizer, as a former organizer with labor, with different people in different workplaces, home care workers, hotel workers, service industry workers, car washeros, all of these people are the same people that I was helping defend, the same people that I stood by as they faced injustices at work, whether it was wage theft, whether it was just harassment. So I am not going to step away, and I'm not going to turn a blind eye to these types of harassment claims that are coming from our very city employees. So, again, the words that were shared in closed session, this is the resolution that we've been working on for some time, and I'm ready to just move forward with it. We did ask Mr. Torres earlier. We were trying to, work something out with him so that I know he was uncomfortable with some of the language.
Again, I don't want to have any disclosure from closed session, so Madam Mayor, let's.
I have nothing further to say.
Councilmember Torres?
Before, Madam Mayor.
Mr. City Attorney, let me, if I can just say really quickly to the, speak to the audience.
Well, I'm just trying to get order, and if you're going to assist and facilitate, we'll be in better shape. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember.
I do want to thank everyone for coming out this evening, and I do want to thank all the love and support that has been sent and the encouragement. I do want to also say that my colleagues up here, though we may disagree with them, do deserve their respect as elected members in these council chambers. It doesn't make our cause look good when they can leave this room claiming that we are disruptive and generally boisterous. Well, the way that I would like to approach these issues and the way that I generally try to lead by example is by being tempered, by being serious, by bringing the facts, and by spreading the message. And that's what I've been prosecuted for here, but I think I've been able to show just how effective it is when you use evidence and words and you share that message. So I would like to ask the audience that the best way to show support is to observe, is to listen carefully, and to share what's going on in these proceedings.
Was that did you have a comment, question?
And I appreciate the applause, but I will say that includes applause too. So if you can please, just carefully watch what's going on this evening. Before I make my statement, I do want to apologize to the community for what our city is becoming during the tenure of our mayor's leadership. She may not be the cause of it, but she is the leader over it. Instead of striving for the best version of ourselves, our politics are becoming a race to the bottom. I'm not going to participate. I'm going to keep my comments to the policy issues at hand. The dictionary defines censure as an official reprimand. The resolution is a censure by another name. This is a formal condemnation of First Amendment speech protected by the United States Constitution, the California Constitution, and the Montebello Municipal Code. It could not be any clearer that my words and actions are extensively protected at every level of law. But this council majority doesn't seem to care what supports my position or what proof I provide. My fate was sealed when 3 of 17 witness employees in this investigation were revealed to be the judges in this investigation and who sit here on the dais next to me. And I'll say that again. 3 of the 17 quote-unquote witness employees in this investigation are the judges who sit on the dais next to me. These elected officials couldn't even give the appearance of fairness and objectivity in this investigation. They opted in to the witness interviews so they could participate in my shaming. I've been disadvantaged at every step of this process, and here are a few examples. The city stated in writing that Jeffrey Love of JL Group was a neutral investigator. I found out after the May 3 special hearing, Jeffrey Love conducted city investigations since at least 2014. A simple Google search shows one instance where he took part in the City of Montebello case versus Vernon Creswell, a Black firefighter formerly with the Montebello Fire Department. I was denied an attorney, even though the allegations came from my conduct as a council member. I could barely afford one at personal expense. I was never asked to supply my evidence or witnesses. In my interview, I was expected to recall specific communications spanning years as the investigators sat through the entire 3-hour interview with a 5-inch binder of documents closed shut next to him. The key ordinance, which allows questions of information and materials directly to staff, has been completely ignored. Neither the investigators nor special prosecutors' questions and presentation was Montebello Municipal Code 2.0405E regarding the duties of the city manager mentioned or addressed. Lastly, the investigative report is being shielded behind a curtain of attorney-client privilege. The only information we have is Nancy Dumanian's biased presentation. There are no texts, no emails, no documentation has been presented whatsoever. What I am going to do is apologize to the city staff who have endured onerous policies that make City Hall a place of fear where even the walls have ears. I'm also going to remind everyone that we have elections coming up. The majority may believe this character raid will be a blip in their political career. I believe the action they take tonight will show them to be cruel, unjust, and after another poor decision on a mountain of poor decisions, unfit for public office. As someone who ran on the ideals of public service and as a candidate whose top priority in each and every campaign was increasing access to city news and information, the policies suggested by the administration and passed by council are a disservice to the community. They may be good for taking care of business behind closed doors with little to no public input, but they do not serve the aims of transparency and accountability. In the 215 days I've been shut out from City Hall and forced to send routine communications through the city attorney, I've worked hard to highlight information that is hidden in plain sight in our agendas. I believe this council violated the First Amendment rights of the residents in passing Ordinance 2443, which reduces the public's and employees' ability to comment on issues important to them. I believe the city manager exaggerated financial achievements while the state auditor moved the city's financial risk factor from medium to high risk. I believe we have inappropriately expanded exemptions to bidding under the auspice of efficiency in opposition to the ideals of government accountability. Last meeting, we saw contracts in the hundreds of thousands of dollars without a public process we previously enjoyed. If I am going to be punished for my words, at least it was in service to my community of 60,000 constituents. In November, I said I earned my political Purple Heart when I was removed as mayor pro tem for publicizing the results of the state audit. I endured a public lynching on May 3rd when the special prosecutor ambushed me with witness statements but devoid of documented evidence. Now I will stand tall as I wear a scarlet A for admonished by a city council majority that finds no ethical issue in jumping from the witness stand to the judge's bench. I'll close with these words by the United States Supreme Court Justice William Brennan. There is, quote, a profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasant sharp attacks on government and public officials, end quote. While the sentiment does not seem to be shared by a majority of Montebello City Council, I am proud to carry on the very American tradition of using my ideas and my words to peacefully speak out for what I believe is right. And that, Madam Mayor, concludes my comments.
One thing I need to clear up, special meetings agendas are always posted 24 hours in advance. Council is notified via email before that. We did receive an email after hours at 4:59 p.m. on a Friday, and then I took action on a Monday. All of us were emailed and noticed 24 hours in advance. Sometimes special meetings, we get 16 days notice, but that's not posted. I'm going to keep it short. One employee is too many. One employee is too many. And when these lawsuits are going to be filed, it won't be just in Councilmember Torres' name. It will be in all 5 of our names because it's a reflection of council and the city of Montebello. I don't know what will happen to our budget. I don't know what will happen to our insurance or if we will still have an insurance carrier, but one employee is too many. So with that, Mr. City Clerk, please call for the vote for roll call.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Councilor Peralta?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Torres?
Nay.
Mayor Cobus-Coughlin.
I vote aye, that carries 3-2. On to adjournment for the special meeting only. Can I have a motion to adjourn at 7:37?
I'll make the motion.
Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. We are adjourned just for the special meeting. Back to regular meeting. Mr. City Manager, are there any items that need to be corrected
We have no items, Mayor.
and of community interest?
No items, Mayor.
Oh, for community interest, I did want to bring to the attention our Montebello residents that we will be offering mutual aid to Monterey Park Police Department for the services of their fallen officer, Gardiel Solorio, tonight and tomorrow. So on to our first item, Mr. City Attorney.
Yes. Yes, that was going
Back
to be the
to,
first
back to
item.
comments.
Yeah, and we have public comments. We have some that are both written and others that are in person. I've been going through some of the written comments, and some of them are entitled anonymous. Some of them are pretty, and I'm not picking any sides whatsoever. Some of them are just pretty defamatory. And of course, Mayor, it's up to the council whether you want to have each and every word of all of these read. I'm sorry? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and there's accusations of, yeah, it's just, anyway, that's just speaking as someone who's going to have to, there, yeah, again, to remind the council that there are not just people here in the audience, but others at home that watch the tenor of these council meetings. Anyway, it does, again, it's up to the pleasure of the council. I just suggest you may want to, as we're starting to go off the, well, maybe what we do is we do the public comments in person first, and then while you have a chance to review some of the statements in the written comments.
Mr. City Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have a couple of speaker cards. First person is going to be, I apologize, I cannot read last name, Esther. Last name starts with a B. Esther, followed by Stella Bernakian.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Esther Burgoyne. My concern is regarding the safety of the transit on, well, the traffic on the corners or cross streets of Lincoln and Wilcox, which we happen to live right on the corner. I have some of my neighbors here that are also very concerned. A lot of accidents are happening too often on this intersection. And as a family, a young family with 2 little ones, we don't allow our kids to play in our front lawn because the accidents usually happen on our corner and sometimes debris from the cars end up on our lawn. Our wall has been struck numerous times. Years ago, my dear neighbor Stella, who will speak next, she lost her mother on this intersection. Last year, my tia and my mother-in-law were struck by a vehicle on this intersection. 5 days ago, one of our new neighbors, teenager, 12-year-old, was struck by a car on this intersection. So this intersection is not a speedway. We see a lot of cars zooming by. It's not safe. And not to mention people, they just, I don't know if they're on their cell phones or whatnot, but people are not being careful. They're being very careless. And this intersection is where a lot of elementary and high school kids walk daily. Families walk their dogs, run. And it's sad to say that we've never had any police supervision on this corner. There's never been any cops monitoring the traffic or the speed. So my concern and some of my fellow neighbors that are here with me today is what could we do? Something needs to be done. I would not like to see any other lives being taken on this intersection. I don't know if we can add speed bumps, a camera even, just to help people slow down, or even just police officers monitoring the speed limit. That's all. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Stella, followed by Stella is Levon.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stella Bernakian. I've lived on Lincoln Avenue since, what? Oh, okay. I've lived on Lincoln Avenue since 1965. I've seen it all. And it used to be that, I'm going to read from my notes because I'm not very good at public speaking. It used to be that we had 4 stop signs in the beginning. It was a small little intersection. And then we went to traffic lights. And then they widened Wilcox Avenue, making it 4 lanes. And when they did that, it kind of gave the drivers carte blanche to rush the Lincoln-Wilcox intersection, day or night. There's no rhyme or reason. It doesn't matter. It happens all the time. And it's made it unsafe for our neighborhood since we get most of the traffic from the Pomona Freeway, Sure High School, and Wilcox Elementary School. It's also become very dangerous for parents walking their children to Wilcox Elementary School and right across from the school, and as well as the students at Sure High School. It's also unsafe for the pedestrians in our neighborhood. We have a lot of people that walk in the early mornings and in the evenings on Lincoln Avenue and Wilcox. And let me see. All of us on Lincoln Avenue have been affected at some point in time. Either we've had a relative killed, or one of our relatives hit in that intersection, or we've almost gotten hit ourselves. We've had cars slamming into the front of our front yard properties on all 4 corners. They've been hit more than once. I don't know about speed bumps. I'm not too thrilled about putting a photo enforcement on that intersection, but I think that people will mind their P's and Q's when they come thinking about rushing through that intersection, because nobody wants to be photographed. So, and I also, and as some people may know, my mother was killed on that intersection, crossing the street. I would like to welcome the Montebello PD to come and park in my driveway anytime they want and just monitor it day and night. Have at it. They're going to see a lot of interesting things going on. And I think the public not expecting to have a police officer parked in my driveway will be quite surprised. So that's all I have to say.
Ms. Barnarkian, is the traffic that you see generally speeding east-west on Lincoln or north-south on
Oh,
Wilcox?
they're speeding both ways.
Both directions?
Because I live on the hill on Lincoln, and they don't give us a fighting chance to make a right turn into our driveways. They come flying down the hill.
Okay.
They're flying. They don't care.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Levon, followed by Leonard Mendoza.
Well, I'm here to talk about the fentanyl pill factory next door to me on the south side at 849 South 4th Street. The only thing new about that is I didn't know what they did a year ago. Now I know it's fentanyl. And the lady that used to live in that house about 5 years ago was about 80 plus, had heart trouble. And if they did the same thing to her that they did to me, then they just flat murdered her. Because they sent electrical shock to my bedroom window at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it woke me up screaming. Now, if they did the same thing to her, they just flat murdered her. So that's murder attempt number 1 on me. Number 2 is I had what I thought was a pimple up on my temple, and since I know there's cameras in my house, I made like I was gonna leave, went out and made a bowl of soup, and sat down on the couch, and that temple was like a small bullet. It went off, knocked me dizzier than hell. And when I kind of revived, I put my finger up there and there's blood there. Now that was like a miniature bullet. The next day I go to Whittier Presbyterian Hospital, I want to get an x-ray. They did everything they could not to give me an x-ray. Finally, I just had to tell them where to shove it and walked out. I still haven't checked that one out. Let's see, murder attempt number 2 or 3 is I'm driving my car and truck and towing a race car. And usually what happens, I sense it coming. You start getting real tired and dizzy. They put a gas in there. And if I lay on the couch at night, I don't know if it's this chloroform, but they sure hell got a form of something to put you to sleep. And I've even asked doctors about that, and they say, well, that can be dangerous. Well, if it's dangerous, the Chinese, it's where they get their drug material from. The damn Chinese got more technology than we do, for sure. Because it's like, same as you have an operation, you know you're gonna get put to sleep, first thing you know is you're waking up. And that's what they do to me 200 times or 300 at the house. And usually when they do something, they're doing something else, in the house or in the garage, steal something. They've stole $5,000-$10,000 worth of my junk, And if I get mad, then I forget what I'm gonna say up here. But somebody I take care of, they're making fentanyl and killing a lot of people. When they killed them 3 people in Hollywood and 1 went to the hospital alive, they parked the cars in the damn driveway for 3 days and didn't show up. That's what told me it was making fentanyl. They didn't care about the 3 dead ones, they cared about the live one. As soon as the cops clued them in that they weren't talking, then they came back and started making drugs again. I hope you got all that.
Next speaker is Leonard Mendoza, followed by Margot Iser.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Leonard Mendoza. I reside at 2317 Hepworth Avenue in the City of Commerce. Formerly the mayor and city council member at the City of Commerce. A couple of weeks ago, I posted a post on Facebook, and it read, first, I want to take the opportunity to thank my family, friends, neighbors, and city residents for your support throughout the years. After speaking with family, friends, supporters, I would like to announce that I will be running for the Central Basin Water District Board of Directors, Division 3. This division represents the cities of Bow, Commerce, East Los Angeles, Florence Graham, Huntington Park, Maywood, Montebello, Monterey Park, Vernon, and Walnut Park. As a former council member and mayor of the City of Commerce, I come with the experience and desire to bring ideas and solutions to the water concerns. Stand with me and share with your friends, your family, neighbors. Together we can find solutions to all our water concerns. On Tuesday, November 8, 2022, vote Leonard Mendoza for Central Basin Water District, Division 3. Currently, a little bit about me, I work for the City of Los Angeles Sanitation Department over at the Hyperion Water Reclamation Plant in Playa del Rey, which is one of the biggest water reclamation plants in the world. We service 4 million residents in the City of Los Angeles in a 600 square mile radius. We recycle about 400 million gallons of water daily in our 4 plants. Currently, we have a board director, Art Chacon. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard the name Chacon here in Montebello, who has been on the water board for 16 years. In the 16 years that he's been a water board director, he lives in my city. I've never seen him do any community outreach or even come out to the community. I've been asking different elected officials throughout the area, residents, and nobody knows who he is. It's funny how he does nothing, but he gets reelected every single time he runs. November the 8th, let's send him a message. You can't just come out like Halloween and a ghost just on October the 30th or 31st. Again, you need people that work in the water to be able to come up with solutions. You can't just get this politician that comes from a political family, a dynasty that have destroyed many, many cities. Again, in Commerce, we're going to do Art Chacon from the Water District. Hopefully, Montebello can help us do that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Margot Iser, followed by Bill Polizzo.
First of all, I'm glad that you did read out some of the public comments from people who, for some reason or other, aren't here. I would suggest that you find a way, if it is possible with the live stream, for those people who aren't attending meetings at this time to be able to speak their public comments somehow to everybody here. And we're not an audience, we are the public who are participating in a meeting of our city council. And I want to just say that I think we should have those comments, or possibly they could be printed out with a full name and everybody could read them. The second thing I just didn't know about number 8, please give me more information about what this military stuff is going to be. I don't know if I didn't have it on the things that were sent to me. I'm just adding this. Can I please don't do any decisions about that issue until we have a huge amount of information given to us, the public. And just in other words, the freedom, we can't know if you're making good decisions unless we have a chance to read all the information and that all our comments and everything are listened to. And also, I'm so glad there's only one policeman here tonight, because it says in here we're not supposed to clap. So I hope he won't throw us out. Thank you. Bye-bye. That also has to be looked at.
Next speaker is Bill, followed by Bill will be Rosa Tamayo.
Can everybody up there just take a deep breath? Madam Mayor, I'm here to talk about the unprofessional and disgraceful behavior recently exhibited by our city manager and city council members. At the last council meeting, an organized and deliberate attack was made on a Montebello resident who was exercising his constitutional right to address his elected officials in a public forum at the designated place and time. This was not just inexcusable, but boarded and abuse of power. I believe it's a sad day when a city employee on duty is put up to an attack a resident when that resident is expressing his opinion. Whatever infractions that resident has done in the past, it has nothing to do with city business, nor does it dilute his right to express his opinion as a tax-paying citizen. I think it is a disturbing sign when you have city officials who engage and help orchestrate an attack of a resident. As a citizen who tries to stay informed and involved in city business, I find it alarming that the city manager has implemented a new policy that all communications from council members to city employees must go through the city manager, who will relay the messages to an employee, the answer, then disseminate the information back to the council member. Putting one person in charge of communications between council members and department promotes bureaucracy, inefficiencies, bottlenecks, and distrust. Another issue I take with the council and city manager is the $10,000 bonus the council majority voted to give the city manager last month. I think with the financial shortfalls and pandemic hardships the city and its residents have faced the past couple of years, handing out a $10,000 bonus is unconsiderable. The city manager makes $340,000 a year, while the median Montebello household income is $62,000. Along with this, Montebello already has the 7th highest paid city manager in LA County. And knowing this, our city council voted to give him another $10,000. This is truly an insult to the hardworking citizens of the city. The council gave justification for this additional compensation. They awarded the great job the city manager has been doing for the city. Well, I live in South Montebello, and we have not seen any improvements in the 2 years since the city manager joined the team. We have cars parked in the front yards of houses. We have 18-wheeler trucks parked on residential streets. Deplorable motorhomes parked in neighborhoods, trash and furniture dumped along the east side of Bluff Road, and wrecked cars parked on the back side of the DePaul Center. Code enforcement, what in code enforcement? We have very little city services in the south side. How much do we have to award to start recognizing all of Montebello, including the residents and neighbors of south of Washington Boulevard? We are taxpayers and voters, but get treated as second-class citizens in our own city. To my elected city officials and city administrators, my intent is to provide constructive feedback on policies, decisions, as well as being attention to the positive steps. You are taking to move this city forward. I look forward to working with you all to a positive impact on our community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rosa Tamayo. Followed by Rosa Tamayo will be Stephanie Chavez.
Buenas noches, honorable Mayor Kimberly Cobos, miembros del concilio. Yo soy Rosa Tamayo y soy una activista comunitaria y quiero decirles que muchas gracias porque están arreglando las calles de mi vecindario.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Rosa Tamayo. I'm a community activist, and I want to thank you for fixing the streets in my neighborhood.
Por 31 años que yo estoy viviendo ahí, es la primera vez que han tomado atención para componer las calles.
I've been living there for 31 years, and it's the first time there's been attention to fixing the streets.
Y yo entiendo porque en las pasadas, en los pasados años, no quiero decir quiénes, pero no hicieron nada por arreglar. Ahora sí es muy costoso porque ahora se está haciendo y está poniendo atención la ciudad en mirar las líneas del gas, del agua y del drenaje.
So I understand in the past years nothing was done. Now it's costly, and the city is paying attention. I know the city is also paying attention to gas lines, water lines, and sewer lines.
Y siempre se decía que no tenían dinero.
They always mentioned they didn't have money.
Pero gracias a usted, a René Bobadilla, ha manejado también su equipo
And thank you to the team. They've managed the city well.
y con su habilidad de su equipo y usted y los miembros del concilio han alcanzado a tener el dinero para poder arreglarnos las calles como debe de ser.
And with the ability of staff and the council, you've been able to provide the funding necessary to be able to repair the streets.
También necesitamos un sign de stop en Roosevelt y la calle 6,
We also need a stop sign at Rosedale on 6th Street.
porque en esa esquina
In that block,
hay mucho tráiler de una lavandería y de un negocio de vinagre.
there's a lot of trailers in the business there that deals with vinegar.
Pues tengo mucho gusto de que estén trabajando para el bienestar de nuestra comunidad en el sur de Montebello.
I'm happy that the staff and the council is working for the benefit of the
Se
community
está
in the south.
mirando diferencia.
It's looking, I see the difference.
Y pues muchas gracias.
And thank you very
a
much.
ustedes.
Gracias, Rosa.
Next speaker is Stephanie Chavez, followed by Linda Nicholas.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, City Attorney, other city staff. My name's Stephanie Chavez. I've lived in the city for 23 years. I'm here today to bring your attention to, if you're not already aware of, the lack of trees in the northwest neighborhood of our city. As we try to endure the heat, drought, and pollution that we constantly read and hear about, we live in a community that suffers from a disastrous loss of trees. The northwest community between Gerhart and Finley lies immediately to the south of the 60 freeway. The northern blocks of Keenan, Bradshaw, Leonard, Hendricks, and Finley are as close as a few feet to the freeway, and many homes are well within 500 feet, a distance that air quality regulators warn against building within because it's where traffic pollution is at its highest, as are the rates of asthma, cancer, heart attacks, strokes, reduced lung function, preterm births, and a growing list of other health problems. This morning, I set out to observe the greenways in the neighborhood and counted that out of 145 residences on the northern blocks of the streets just mentioned, the blocks just south of the 60 freeway, 88 of 145 residences had trees missing from the greenways. 60% of the homes in the area suffer from the lack of a tree in the greenway. Hendricks suffers the worst. 25 out of 29 residences are missing a tree. Bradshaw is next. Only 6 of 28 residences have a tree in the greenway. We all have enjoyed the shade of a tree, remember the peaceful sounds of the wind blowing through its leaves, but perhaps we have not acknowledged or we have taken for granted the awesome power of the trees we have encountered in our lives. To highlight that power, the Arbor Day Foundation, Tree People, University of Southern California's Urban Tree Initiative have documented the following. A thriving urban forest offers many advantages to communities, and it's an essential component of a city's infrastructure. Trees help absorb the sounds of traffic in urban areas by up to 40%. Trees reduce energy costs up to 25%. Homes with trees have higher property values. Green space plays a major role in improving mental and physical health. Trees combat climate change. They clean the air and provide oxygen. Trees cool streets and the city. Trees save water and help with drought mediation. They shield children from ultraviolet rays. Trees reduce violence, and they beautify space. There's a Chinese proverb that states, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. If we go back in time, if we could go back in time, I hope we would try and remedy many of the issues that have brought us to this overheated and polluted state. But since we cannot, we owe it to the residents in our city to try to make the next 20 years and beyond better than what they are today. I urge the council and staff to visit my neighborhood along with other neighborhoods in the city to see for themselves where trees have been lost, and to then research and develop a plan, perhaps by building partnerships with entities such as Tree People, USC, and the County of LA, to start planting, and not just planting, but growing trees in order to improve the quality of life for those who live and work in our city. Thank you.
Next speaker is Linda Nicholas.
Good evening, my name is Linda Nicholas, address on file. I want to clarify something. Somebody wrote in, and one of the people on this dais at one time said that a claim was made against you, Madam Mayor, by the chief of the fire department, which is not true. He threatened a lawsuit. In that lawsuit, he named every one of the members on the council. He named also Vernon Cresswell, he named his fire union, he named every single firefighter that's in his department, but he never made a claim against any specific person, including the mayor. He never made a claim. He never filed a claim. He threatened a lawsuit. There is a difference. As far as the unity here, 2 members on this council voted not once but twice not to improve the streets, not only in the north but in the south. Why? Because they didn't want to go along with the majority. So you are against fixing the streets of the city, even though it was for the betterment of the community. That's what that speaker said. Work together for the betterment of the community. Put your personalities aside. I'm upset, I'm disappointed. You know, when my daughter, the mayor, had to remove you, Mr. Torres, as a pro tem, she cried about it. She had so many hopes for both you and Ms. Peralta. But you know what? The truth will come out. And people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Madam Mayor, that concludes speaker cards for public comments.
Deputy City Clerk, can you please read the emails?
Sure. First comment is from Socorro Martinez. It is outrageous to say the least to count other years of employment towards longevity. Montebello pays the price. Who are these people making such decisions? They found their golden goose. Apathy from the community and greediness on their part. Such a shame that politicians take advantage of small communities. I oppose this increase and this longevity clause. Next message is from Southland Watch. In accordance to the California Constitution, California Public Records Act, and Ralph M. Brown Act, please provide the following writings immediately, as in right now. One would only presume that these writings have been distributed to the council members. These documents are to be available for public inspection at the time the writings were distributed to all or a majority of all are not available for public inspection. 1, Council Member Torres has submitted over 160 separate requests which have been processed via this communication method. 2, the mayor, the city manager, and the city attorney have been requested to bring forth a resolution expressing the city council's dissatisfaction with the behavior of Councilmember David Torres. 3, the investigative report submitted by Ms. Dominion. 4, public criticism of the staff via his social media platforms or during his comments while at city council meetings and elsewhere. Next comment is from Miguel Cervera. I'd like to exercise my First Amendment right and please read this message in its entirety. Mr. City Attorney, please do not summarize my public comment. I want the comment to be read as I have written it. This is an issue of public safety. To the City Council members of Montebello, I am a longtime resident of Montebello. I reside on the border of Montebello and East LA, near our beloved golf course. I was hesitant to submit this letter because I'm afraid and concerned about the safety of my community. At the last council meeting, a public comment was made regarding the violent actions of a resident. At first, I questioned the intent of the public comment, so I decided to look up the police report and found some chilling details. To protect the privacy of the victim and resident, I have omitted their names. The police report states the following. She, the victim, recalled being pushed to the ground and seeing the defendant's face and feeling him strangling her. She believed he was trying to kill her. This does not match up to the resident's account on his Facebook Live. He lied. The report also states the following. The defendant pushed the victim to the ground, stood over her, and severely beat her until she was unconscious and lifeless. He repeatedly punched her in the face. He also strangled her. The victim thought defendant was going to kill her. I made the decision to speak out for all victims of domestic violence. It was truly sickening to read these words and then witness the resident and other residents of You're from Montebello, including the moderator and his wife, defending his actions. How can these actions be defended? The punishment for the act has been debated and dismissed by some. The real issue is the fact that the residents beat the victim to the point where she appeared lifeless. This is also not the first violent offense committed by the resident. Another instance of domestic violence occurred in 2014. The City Council has remained silent on this. The resident is allowed to attend council meetings. He is allowed to spin the story to downplay his violent actions. I am asking the City Council to condemn domestic violence and stand up for the countless women who suffer in silence and who are manipulated by their abusers. For any person suffering from domestic violence, please seek help. www.domesticshelters.org. With a heavy heart, Miguel. Next comment is from Robert Hernandez. Ladies and gentlemen of the Montebello City Council, I am deeply concerned about the recent home purchase of Councilwoman Peralta. Something about the home purchase does not appear to be right. In 2019, Councilmember Peralta made $27,820. In 2020, Councilmember Peralta made $8,460. In September 2020, article published by the New York Times, it is noted that the councilwoman's boyfriend assumed financial responsibility for her. I state these facts as the basis of my concern because Councilmember Peralta does not have the financial history to suddenly afford a home that is valued close to $700,000. Lenders require a minimum of 2 years of financials and also an income that can sustain the mortgage payment on a $700,000 home. In addition, the title of the home is in the name of Councilmember Peralta and her mother. The boyfriend is not included. To afford such a home, the council member would need to earn more than $10,000 a month, and that is being very lenient on a lender's requirement to qualify. Where did the money come from? The council member's current job does not pay a salary of over $100,000 annually. Could it be that the council member is soliciting funds to subsidize her lifestyle through the LLC, S. O'Hara Enterprise LLC? Is this an attempt to keep money off the books? CM Peralta, do you understand that this is a crime and many politicians have been convicted for suddenly acquiring a lavish lifestyle well beyond their financial means while in office? How much has serving on the council actually made you? Why would a current council member need to establish an LLC in April 2021? Corruption is a major problem in politics, and surrounding oneself with the likes of disgraced former Mayor Cristina Cortez, the wife of a convicted drug dealer and Peralta's mentor, raises serious concerns. Who is covering the mortgage of Councilmember Peralta? What does your enterprise actually do? Why aren't residents expressing concern? Councilmember Peralta, these questions need to be addressed immediately. Concerned resident.
Madam Mayor, I would like the same privilege you have given my other colleagues in responding to this comment.
At the end of the public comments, I'll let everybody.
You have given my other colleagues that same privilege, so I'm just simply asking for the same.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just to, respond to that, it's very disappointing to see that I'm getting attacked for the purchase of a townhome that my mom and I purchased recently. As immigrants coming to the United States, I was 2 years old. My mom and I have worked so extremely hard in achieving our American dream. We don't have fancy cars. I drive a really old car. She drives a really old car. We don't have luxurious items. I don't wear name-branded, luxurious brands. We literally have saved our life worth earnings to put a down payment and get an FHA loan to purchase our townhome in Montebello, because after living here for so many years and renting, we wanted to invest in our community. And so it's very, very, very sad to see the hateful allegations that are being thrown at me as a young woman working hard to purchase a townhome with her mom to lay roots in this community, because I want to continue serving my community. I want to build a family in this community, and I want to continue improving this community. I don't own $1 million home like other colleagues here. Yes, I do have an LLC like various other colleagues have here, because the work that I do entails community outreach. Everything that I've done, all my work, has to be disclosed in these documents. You can pull them if you'd like, and you can see how much I make. I am happy to show you the deed of my home. I am happy to show you my taxes. I have nothing to hide. I don't make a lot of money, but with the money that I do save, and the earnings that I do make, and the earnings that my mom, as a single mother working hard in this country as an immigrant, yes, we are so proud to have purchased our townhome here in Montebello. So whoever is interested and whoever made that comment, please reach out, send me an email. I am transparent as possible with my finances, and I am happy to share them with you. So thank you.
Thank you. I believe you left out that your colleague purchased the home all cash. That would be myself. And yes, I did purchase over $1 million home here in the city of Montebello, but that's because I did a 1031 exchange, which I don't need to justify with the funds from my father who passed away. Go ahead, pull the title. In fact, I
wasn't
can pull
asking
it
to
and
justify
show it
that,
to
Madam
everybody.
Mayor.
I have the floor. I let you speak, so I will run the title, show it to you, along with the other 5 properties here in the city of Montebello, if you'd like, that are all paid off. Let's continue, please, Deputy City Clerk.
Next comment is from Ricardo de la Torre. It has become apparent now to the community at large that a resident who presents himself as an enlightened one on subjects far-ranging and wide has himself committed an atrocity. An atrocity so grave and carried out with such vigor and impunity that it casts doubt and shadow upon the many revelations he has so frequently and carelessly carried out. This resident is, of course, Will Severa, who, by the virtue of his own hands and mind and body, has committed the atrocity of attempted murder, one that sharply violates not only the earthly laws upon which he is bound, but also the spiritual code of mankind that we must all withhold. 1 John 3:15 declares, "Whosoever hateth his brother is a murderer, and ye know that no murderer hath eternal life abiding in him." The Old and New Testaments speak on several unforgivable sins, the most potent of which is a human act of spilling another's blood by one's own hand, an act so devious that even an attempt shall be punished with eternal damnation in the eyes of the Lord. It is not the power of mortal man to enact the ultimate vengeance and carry out upon other mortal men acts on only the Lord can enact. Council, I request you take up your own personal cross and act as servant leaders, guiding with fresh eyes, pure hearts, and kind minds. Cast aside such shadows as Will Severa, impunge his frequent statements as he himself has committed atrocity. David and Scarlett in particular, your connections to such an eternally damned man should cause grave concern. Your path forward now relies upon your cleansing of evil and casting aside shadow. Come into the light. Remember, Council, as Revelations 21:8 illuminates us similarly of the ramifications, they are eternal. But the fearless and unbelieving and the abominable and murderers and whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. Next comment is from Jesse Perez. William Paul Severa Jr., also known as Will Severa, also known as the Montebello.
You don't have to say that.
Thank you. Who professes to know and understand everything in the city and beyond, and loves to pontificate and such, but only knows enough to be dangerous and hostile with angry issues, hating on Montebello leaders, some council members, and community members. This is the same man who has a felony in Orange County, California, of assault with force to produce great bodily harm. He pleaded down from attempted murder. He tried to murder his girlfriend. But there's a second count besides attempted murder brought against Slick Willie. Another felony, he willfully and unlawfully committed an assault upon his girlfriend by means of force likely to produce great bodily injury. Yes, that means he meant to kill her. That's the same Will Severa that's running loose in our Montebello community, who admitted in writing and pleaded guilty to such charges. But here's what's worse. Slick Willie's sidekick, Councilmember David Torres, was recently found to be harassing city staff members, including departmental leaders. What's next for Angry Dave and his harassment of city employees? We've been told through credible sources that Angry Dave was forced to resign from the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office to avoid prosecution. Imagine actually having to resign from the city of Los Angeles. Christ, how bad do you have to be to leave a cush government job or be prosecuted? We can't even remove homeless from the public streets. Imagine the cockroaches of government having to be removed from their seats. That's pretty low, even by Angry Dave standards. Not Slick Willie Severa low, but still low. We think David Torres should be transparent on his own issues, not just others, and have him authorize the city of Los Angeles to release his employment files. After all, why would a so-called vibrant young man be unemployed during the peak of his career? It doesn't make any sense unless city council is really that lucrative. Councilmember Torres, disclose the information like you claim to nitpick and disclose everything else that comes across the dais.
Please stop there. Please don't repeat the next.
I'm not.
Okay.
And next comment is from Ana Estrada. Good evening, Mayor and Council and all others. I read today's headline in the Whittier Daily newspaper about the $350,000 HUD money missing. Since Councilmember Torres continues to attack and criticize the current city manager, Mr. Bobadilla, and his staff, which are in fact the ones that found out our city was missing those funds, maybe he should show transparency and have his stepfather, Richard Torres, come before this council and you, Torres, ask him what he did with the $350,000 missing. He was in fact the city administrator then. And maybe I add, no wonder you, Torres, are so disrespectful and treat the staff so horrible. Your stepdad did the same thing to employees back when he was running the city finances. Thank you, Mr. Bobadilla and your staff. Please ignore the morons on FB. Just look at who they are. A convicted felon charged with attempted murder of a minor girl he beat so viciously he broke her eye socket, then went back to the concert. That is a very sick and dangerous man. Please do not give Torres my email. I have no doubt he'd give to the man, Cervera, convicted felon. Thank you. The last comment, oh, actually, no. The next comment is from David Gutierrez. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, Chiefs, and staff. Tonight, I would like to address Mayor Pro Tem Angie Jimenez regarding the restraining order versus Will Cervera. If Cervera acted so aggressively in front of 100+ people, what would you think he'd do to you if you had been alone? I would suggest you take the case file of convicted felon and found guilty of attempted murder of a minor Jane Doe. No court would ever deny you protection from that convicted felon. Anyone that believes him is ignorant. Reading the report, it says, Will Paul Cervera Jr. has borderline personality disorder, which is a psychotic personality. After he beat that poor young girl, he cleaned up and went back to the concert. Eyewitnesses reported him 99% sure it was him. Report states he beat the minor so severely he broke her orbital bone, which means he hit her so hard he broke her eye socket and strangled her till he thought she was dead. When paramedics found her, she was lifeless. If that was your child, would you still believe him? I saw on FB his ridiculous video. Hey, moron, they did not need DNA, and they had 3 eyewitnesses plus the young girl. Mayor Pro Tem, have the sheriffs do a criminal background check on him. My bet is he has more. Bet with his drunken temper, he's beating his girlfriend too.
Please stop there.
Next comment is from Southland Watch. Prepare for a Brown Act violation. Complaint, you violated my rights. Next comment is from John Doe 2 for Heart. Please provide all writings related to tonight's special meeting and all writings distributed to a majority to the board. Last comment is from Southland Watch. You are violating my constitutional rights. These writings are not being made available at the time of distribution. That concludes written comments.
Thank you. On to regular business. Mr. City Attorney, can you announce item 8?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Item number 8 is the introduction and first reading of an ordinance number 2453, Assembly Bill 481, establishing a military use policy.
Mr. City Manager, is there a staff report?
Mayor, the only comments I want to make that on June 22nd, we presented the military equipment use policy to the council. Now we're bringing back the actual ordinance that's required by state law for your consideration.
Okay, this is the second time we're voting on this. Can I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Can I have a second? Okay, Mr. City Clerk, please call roll vote.
Madam Mayor, I have comments.
Councilmember Torres?
So I do want to say a few things. When this item came for council discussion, I asked if the city had any equipment of the type listed in Government Code 7070 Part C. I got the response that no, because Montebello did not procure the items listed directly from the military. We do not have quote-unquote military equipment. As far as I read the legislation, there is no requirement that the items are purchased directly from the military in AB 481, which the government code is based off of, or in California Government Code 7070 Part C. When you read AB 481, the purpose of the code is to protect Black and brown communities from the equipment that, quote, adversely impacts the public safety and welfare, including increased risk of civilian deaths, significant risks to civil rights, civil liberties, and physical and psychological well-being, and incurment of significant financial costs. I do want to say that I am deeply appreciative of our Montebello Police Department. This has nothing to do with their high level of service, but as a council member, as a council body responsible for the policy that represents our community, it doesn't matter where the bullet is purchased from, if the purpose is to be knowledgeable about the equipment that's used in our community. And so I would like to pass out policies from surrounding communities. This is from the Bell Gardens Police Department, the Huntington Park Police Department, the Monterey Park Police Department, and the Alhambra Police Department. And in each of these policies, if you compare them to our own, you'll see that there is extensive listing of equipment that matches the description in Government Code 7070 Part C. And I would encourage council to honor the intent of AB 481 in protecting our Black and brown communities and listing the equipment that matches the description in the Government Code. If council could please just take a few seconds to very quickly peruse these policies before we take the vote and make the decision, I would appreciate that consideration.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to make a comment that the policy that was before you and approved and the ordinance that's before you does not violate the law. So it's compliant with AB 481. So I just want to be clear that what's before you is in line with state law.
Do any of my colleagues, other colleagues have any comments, questions?
And so just to quickly direct your attention, you'll see that in those listings, the price of the equipment is included, a description of the equipment is included, and they follow the sections of the Government Code.
I'm sorry, Chief Espinosa, I have a couple questions. I know firearms pretty well. The 50 caliber, where is that located?
We don't have a 50 caliber, ma'am.
Are we sure? Okay, so that's pretty big. The weaponized aircraft and vessels. I'm sorry, officers, is the chief telling the truth? I'm sorry, can you help me out?
We do not have that type of equipment.
Got it, okay.
Mayor, I don't appreciate making light about the safety concerns. Chief, we do have unmanned aerial vehicles, correct? That for surveillance?
We have drones, yes.
Drones.
We have drones.
The
They're not
drones
armed
are
drones.
They're not weaponized
That in
drones.
section 1, you'll see that they're powered UAVs. Chief, we do have command vehicles for the purposes of.
I'm sorry, I thought I was asking the chief questions. Did you want the floor?
You're misrepresenting the Government Code.
I gave you, I'm asking from what you gave me. I'm asking questions because you asked council to please take a look at it, so I'm doing exactly what you said, to please take a look at it. I'm asking the chief to please clarify. This is the evidence that you gave. So maybe I shouldn't ask the chief then. I apologize. Did you want to ask the chief some questions? Councilmember Torres?
Madam Mayor, no comments.
And ma'am, so that you know, based on our interpretation of the law, as well as our city attorneys, and consistent with other departments in the area, we do not have any military-grade equipment. We do have law enforcement equipment, but we do not have military-grade equipment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a first and a second for the motion. Mr. City Clerk, please call roll vote.
Councilor Melendez? Aye. Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Nay.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn?
And I vote aye, that carries 4-1. Next item is consent calendar. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the council. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine. Any item council that should be designated at this time. All other items may be approved in a single motion. Such approval will also waive the reading of any ordinance. If I may poll the council, and we're addressing items number 9 through 14. I'll start with Councilmember Melendez. Do you have any items?
No items.
Councilmember Peralta?
Items 9 and 10?
9 and 10. Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
No items.
Councilmember Torres?
Items 9 and 10.
And Mayor Cobos Cawthorn?
Besides those, item 13,
13.
please.
Okay, then it would be appropriate to entertain a motion to approve item numbers 11, 12, and 14.
Can I have a motion to approve those items?
I'll make the motion.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. City Clerk?
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Cobas-Coughlin?
I vote aye, that carries unanimously. On to the first item pulled.
Item number 9, this is the consideration of adoption of resolution number 2271, approving a memorandum of understanding between the City of Montebello and the Montebello Executive Management Association, and approving an amendment of the Table of Organization, Master Control, and adoption of resolution number 22-72 to approve updating the compensation plan and Table of Organization. It was requested by Council Members Peralta and Torres. Oh, and the mayor also.
Councilmember Peralta, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yes, I do have some questions and comments on some of the provisions. So this new executive director contract is, I believe, coming to us prematurely. The current contract does not expire until June 2023. Council, or just to be more specific, myself, have never been informed that the city was negotiating a new contract. This is basically the first time I'm seeing it since the agenda was published. And council did not give the authority for the new contract negotiation. So I would just like to understand, why is this contract being brought prematurely if the current contract is nowhere near expiration?
Yes, Mayor. This is not a contract. This is an MOU. This is a result of the class and comp study, as you saw with all the other bargaining groups. The other bargaining groups have come before the council, and when we did the class and comp study, that was something that was going to be across the board. And that's why the new MOU for the MEMA, M-E-M-A, is coming to you for consideration. And as I mentioned, this is a bargaining group. They have that right to negotiate and to bring forth such a recommendation.
Thank you for the answer. I personally believe that, I haven't seen our other rank and file employees in other associations have that benefit or privilege of totally having a new MOU negotiated and presented in this form prior to, or many months prior to their expiration. And so I feel that there is an equity in that manner. I do have some questions here. On page 46 of the annual merit-based incentive pay stipend, the current resolution says that all executives are eligible for a $2,500 bonus based on performance. The bonus in this new MOU has increased to $4,000 for directors and $6,000 for assistant city manager. I would just like to understand that reasoning behind that type of increase.
Yes, Councilmember, these step the new from going to the current A through F range and now to the proposed salary matrix, the directors are now have a 9-step matrix. So each step is 2.5%. We got a lot of directors that are still in the middle of their steps. Once they max out and they're on the maximum salary level, then they have the opportunity of not earning any more increases. They can actually get a merit increases, no more than $4,000 upon merit or $6,000 for the assistant city manager.
Okay, so under this, and thank you for touching on that, because that's where I guess my next concern kind of comes in. So under your authority, you have the power to increase our executive director's salary, whether it's 1 or even 2 steps. And for me, my concern is that gives our executives director a special advantage in maxing out their salary steps quicker to receive that additional $4,000 to $6,000 bonus on top of their salary. I think that this bypasses the intention of a step increase salary method, and it's not conforming to what I believe is the vision of pay equity among our employees and just our other associations in the workplace by not having that benefit of being able to kind of go through that step system at that discretion.
So I will say, Councilmember, to answer your question, what's being proposed here is exactly what you approved for all the bargaining groups, so I believe there is equity. They move just as well as all the other employees. If they have a performance evaluation that's positive, they have an opportunity to move a step or 2, just like every employee in the organization does. So I do believe there is equity and equivalence to other employees.
Okay, thank you for your clarification. My next one is on item or provision on page 47, section C, which is the auto allowance. So the auto allowance is increasing by $100 from $450 to $550 for a total increase of $12,200 per year. With the highest cost of gasoline, I personally don't think it's appropriate time to give the highest paid executives in our city $1,200 per year for gas subsidy when all our other employees are expected to be at work with no gas subsidy. And please correct me if I'm wrong on that as far as other employees not having this same benefit.
There's some employees that have cars to take home, like some of our police executives that actually take a vehicle home and the city pays for their gas. The directors do not take cars home. They get an allowance. This allowance is pretty comparable to other areas in other cities. And I think it is timely considering the gas prices. I think it does make sense if we increase it to ensure that they're getting equity with the cost of living.
Thank you for that. I personally would like to see a provision like this being placed across the board, or, you know, we do have regular rank and file employees that aren't at market salary. They are being underpaid, and something like this would actually benefit them directly, seeing the high prices that right now we are facing on gas. I personally just don't feel comfortable for this type of increase, you know, for our executives that are, you know, making very well, and to their work performance. You know, I completely honor and respect that, but for me, it's hard to kind of digest something like this when our regular just rank and file employees aren't getting the same type of benefit.
Councilmember, if I just clarify one statement you made, you said that we have employees that are getting paid below market. I just want to clarify that the council approved a class and comp study where we put everybody at equity, and the MOUs that you approved across the board begins to put people at market. So I just really want to be clear on that.
Yes, I thank you for that. And previously, I did say that, you know, despite our employees not being on market, that is something we are working on. But in this current situation right now, they currently are not. And so, again, I'm here just to advocate for the little guy, which means our rank and file employees that aren't receiving these types of benefits. And then the next one is in regards to Section E of severance pay. I am extremely concerned that the termination for cause language was not included in this MOU. And if you do give me a second, I have that side letter. So the termination for clause did state that, let's see here. The executive management personnel, for purposes of this resolution, in the term good cause is defined as them not receiving the severance if they were to have, for example, a felony under California law, a misdemeanor, or felony conviction of a crime involving theft, embezzlement, engaging in conduct tending to bring embarrassment, engaging in unlawful discrimination or harassment of employees. I'm a little concerned to not see this termination for clause in this section of this new MOU. Is this something that would still be honored, or just, you know, I think it's important. I don't know how my colleagues feel, but I think that having this termination for clause is important to ensure that we have the best employees that, you know, if terminated without a cause, could receive their severance. But this here, I think, is, for me, just very concerning, not having that language there.
Councilmember, if I can,
can you address?
Yeah, if I can respond to that. That language is typically in the city manager's contract. It's very, very defined in mine. Typically, you don't put that in directors or any other employee type language. They are bound by other responsibilities and roles and labor laws. So I would not recommend that get put in for directors. That is not common language. Arnold, if you've seen that in other cities, that's just not something I've seen for director level.
So it wasn't, and I guess if you can help me out here, it was included in the letter between certain Montebello executive managed personnel and the city of Montebello. And so, I mean, it was included in that as far as a side letter to their current MOU, and now it's not being included. I mean, I'm just trying to understand that. I think page 2 or and that's just a side letter. That's not the, yeah.
Councilmember, I'll leave that to the pleasure of the council.
Okay, can I please? Thank you very much. So I would like my colleagues to consider including that language in these MOUs. I think it's important to honor that language that this side letter did specifically include. Again, it is important to ensure that that the city does its best to their knowledge in ensuring that employees that are let go are given their severance, but if they are let go due to certain conditions such as felonies or such as cases of harassment or discrimination, that they would not be allowed to receive this severance, which again is being paid for by our community's tax dollars. And lastly,
Councilmember, may I?
Yes.
And Mayor, members of the council, if that's something to the pleasure that the council wants to include, we could definitely, I don't think that'll be a problem for the directors or the assistant city manager. I think they're all nodding. So if that's something you guys want to add, that's fine.
Is that something they have to verbally just say, or how would that work? I apologize.
I think if this item moves forward and it moves forward with that provision, we can make sure that it comes back with that language included in the agreement.
Any other comments?
I think he's seeking comment from council.
If I may, I think once you make the motion and if you want to add that amendment, then we can take a vote on it.
You'd have to
But
make
I
a
think
motion with your
Councilmember Torres
provision.
pulled it too, so it would have to be, we're up for discussion.
With the provision.
Okay. Next is, and last one, page 49, which is the sick leave accrual. When the executive resolution established sick leave, it didn't include a cap on hours. Now a sick leave cap of 1,040 hours has been negotiated for all groups except fire, who were given this benefit for issues of retention. So I guess for me, it's just trying to understand why is the executive team, why do they have a sick leave cap of 2,080 hours, which seems to be double? This seems to be a special privilege that no other group is receiving other than this employee group.
Councilmember, if I can get our HR director, he's kind of the expert of all the other MOUs. I think he can explain that. If he's in the other room, I think he'll hear this and he'll run it.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to go on to your next comment while we wait for Director Razzo?
Yeah, I mean, I do have a small comment, and I guess I can make this one. It is in regards to this one that I just made, but right now, the 2,080 hours of executive sick leave will be paid out at 100%, which represents a payout of over $200,000 in today's dollars. Now that the city has negotiated a max sick leave payout of 720 hours for all other employees, except fire, because we're working on their retention. I think council should consider applying the same criteria to executives. Again, this is for the purposes of equity among all our employees here. And so I would like for that to be considered, but I'll go ahead and wait till my question is answered. Hi, thank you.
Thank you, Director Razo. We have a
Thank you,
few
Director
questions for you.
Do you need
Council, how
me
you doing?
to repeat or were you?
Hey, Nick Rezzo, the question was on the accrual cap for sick leave for directors. How did you arrive at the 2,080 hours as a cap in respect to other MOUs?
We aligned it with two other groups.
Which were those groups?
Fire and fire management.
Okay.
Correct.
Am I wrong that the sick leave cap for fire management was, so right now sick leave cap of 1,040 hours has been negotiated for all groups, but fire management has the 2,080 hours?
That is correct, council member.
Okay, and I guess the reasoning behind why the executive directors would need a sick leave cap of 2,080 hours?
Well, I can tell you that typically executives do not call out sick. Obviously, they're in charge of the department as the number one of the department, keep things moving, always on call. And the ability to use time is just not as apparent as it is with other groups. And so again, nothing was created that did not already exist within the city, within the other group.
Got it. Thank you for that. I really do respect the work that our directors do and the time that's being put, but 2,080 hours, personally, I find excessive. I think that that's appropriate for our fire and our police personnel who, are here and are being overworked and are doing a lot to really protect our community. As far as just kind of backtracking to what I'd like the council to consider is that the 2,080 hours of executive sick leave, that if we can go ahead and do the payout at 720 hours like the rest of our employees, except fire, I keep making that exception, I think council should consider applying the same type of criteria to this executive MOU. I will leave that to my colleagues, though. But just to summarize some of my questions and comments, again, I think I do personally find it, premature and vastly unfair to bring forth the new MOU for executives when their current one does not expire until 2023. Under this new MOU, the executive team will be given, unprecedented benefits, compensation, and privileges that in many cases no other employee group has the benefit of receiving. We were told that, our working rec leaders, our bus drivers, budget analysts, firefighters, police officers, code enforcement personnel, and et cetera, would not be able to reach market salaries for another 3 years. I think that we need to bring competitive pay to all our hardworking employees before we continue to augment the benefits and compensation of this specific group. If at most, at least wait until their current contract is up for expiration to negotiate these types of changes. Again, I just do want to remind my colleagues that we are financial stewards, and as council members, we do walk a very fine line of not only taking care of our employees, but also protecting our residents' tax dollars. And that concludes my comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Don't leave yet, because we might have more questions. Councilmember Torres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I would like to begin by reiterating the concerns of Councilmember Peralta. As policymakers, we have the ability to set a tone and a leading example for the community. We have seen over the years the stratification of wealth between executive classes and rank and file employees in all kinds of sectors across the United States. And I think we have seen the effects of that stratification of wealth in terms of being able to build a robust middle class. I think it also adds to to perceptions of equity and fairness. And I think that there's a real opportunity here for council to show that we lead from the top. Of particular concern in this MOU, and I guess first starting off with a question, on page 45, section 8, talking about salary range increases, the current resolution says that executives will receive the average adjustment that is received across all groups. Comparing the salary ranges from July 1st, 2022 to the new salary range, there is large variation between the different positions. And so I was just wondering if staff could provide some insight into the differences. So for example, if I can pull it up here. So for example, the Director of Planning and Community Development will be receiving a 0.28% raise to his salary range, whereas the Director of Public Works will be receiving a 5.58% salary increase, and the other positions kind of run the gamut between those two numbers. So if can you provide insight for that?
Yes, just to clarify, council member, that language was also in the resolution that was approved a couple years ago. And what that intent of that language was, if other bargaining groups received COLA increases, the average of those COLA increases would be applied to the MEMA executive group. The ranges that you see before you, those are not going to move. And also too, for the life of this agreement, no other group is due a COLA. So these ranges would remain in place for the life of the MOU.
And thank you very much for your answer, and I'm sorry if I missed it. And so what is the reason for the variation in increases between the various positions?
Are you speaking to the positions in front of you today, the director positions?
The class and comp.
The class and comp?
Yes,
that was based on
to July 2022.
So when it comes to, just like we applied to all the other groups, the executive team was also part of that classification and total compensation study. And based on the results of that external market and internal equity, the same philosophy was applied to also placing the executive group onto the new salary matrix. The one thing that was applied on the resolution prior to this MOU was 6 steps, 5% in between. We felt it was fair and right to lead from the top, which is to also apply the executive team to the new salary matrix, which is 10 steps and 2.5% in between. We felt that, and when we negotiated with all the other labor groups, was that we should all be a part of the same salary matrix. So what you see before you today is the result of that, placing all the executives onto a range that is now 10 steps with 2.5% in between.
Thank you very much. Moving on to severance pay, I just want to reiterate the concerns of my colleague for the record, that the language for termination for cause was removed. I appreciate the allowance of my colleagues to consider adding that language back in, being that, you know, this council did make a very affirmative step in creating that side letter. So I do appreciate that. Again, going back to some of the comments that have been made in terms of equity in this contract as opposed to what we see in some of the other contracts. In terms of vacation leave accrual, we see here that prior service is considered in determining the accrual rate. Now, for non-safety employees, they can earn a max of just over 6 vacation hours at 14 years of service. Police can earn a max of 7.7 vacation hours at 20 years of service. Executives start at 7.6, so very near the top of the range of all other employees. And on top of that, if considering the prior service of the directors, that they can begin earning 10.5 vacation hours from the very first day that they're working for the city. So I just do want to note my concerns and my continuing concerns with the way that we perceive equity and the way that we build the benefit packages for all of our employees. And lastly, I would also just like to touch on longevity pay. It was noted that I had posted this on social media, just very generally sharing a photo of a public document on a public platform with little to no narrative at all. And I think, like myself, it caught the attention of our residents for two reasons. First, considering that the prior benefit maxed out at $5,000 for 16 or more years of service, specifically with the city of Montebello, and now that that benefit can be increased to almost $30,000 if an employee works for any agency. I would like to share with my colleagues my concerns that the reason for these benefits from my perspective is to really honor and celebrate longevity with the city of Montebello. We have a very proud history and tradition of employees that have started their careers here and move all the way up through the ranks. Now it seems that that longevity with the city of Montebello is being expanded to anyone that has worked anywhere. And you know, some of the comments that I've seen online have talked about retaining or attracting talent. As far as I've seen, the city manager has not had that issue with our director level staff. And so I do not understand why council would consider expanding this benefit by $23,000, including all kinds of service. And as my colleague, Councilmember Peralta stated, 9 months before this contract is set to expire. Madam Mayor, who went someplace, that concludes my comments.
If I can speak a little bit on this item? All right. First, I'd like to say that I agree with the comment of both Councilmember Torres and Councilmember Peralta about adding the provision on the severance in regards to if they commit some type of felony or some type of situation there. I would agree on that. The vacation pay, to me, that's a little, to just provide a broad overview over this. Directors pretty much work Monday through Sunday, or they're, you know, we're always, there's always things happening with their departments or different fields. So it is important that I know that there's a lot of directors here that don't take specifically time off or vacation. So yeah, so there's definitely there's a different overview on that. So I think it would be again, I do agree with that specific provision to be added. I would like for this item to move forward, but I would like for my colleagues to add that provision, rework it, and I'd like to make a motion to approve the item with that specific motion of the, you know, the felony, or include all that. So,
And Madam Mayor, members of the council, I understand the mayor needs to excuse herself. She'd like to be able to vote on this
Can I
item.
just call for her motion? Can I have a second?
Sorry,
I'm sorry, your second, I'm sorry, okay, I was out. Mr. City Clerk, can you please call roll?
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Councilor Peralta?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Nay.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn?
And I vote aye, that carries 3-2. I am transferring authority to Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez. I'm having a medical emergency, so Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez, please take over the rest of the meeting.
Thank you.
That takes us to the next item, which, well, I have my list here. Next is council, so we have number 13, which was the mayor. And since she's not here to comment on that item, we could entertain a motion, and that means
Item 10? So sorry. I pulled item 10.
Item 10 was pulled. Yeah, it was 9, 10, and 13.
9 and 10, yes, that's right. 10 was also pulled. And 10 is the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 2452, updating Montebello Municipal Code, Chapter 2.16, Director of Finance. And that was pulled by Councilmember Peralta and Councilmember Torres.
Yes, I would just like, again, the record to reflect my previous comments from the last city council meeting that I don't feel comfortable on the changes made on this item that seeks to remove the obligation to provide council a monthly statement of all receipts and disbursements in sufficient detail to show the exact financial condition of the city. So would just like to, again, express that concern and have that reflected. Thank you.
Councilmember Torres?
I would also like to repeat my colleagues' comments and repeat my own comments from the last council meeting, that removing the provision that the Director of Finance provide monthly reports on the disbursements and receipts on a monthly basis to City Council is a step away from the transparency that Montebello was a leader on, I would say. And so I just wanted to lodge my objection.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I'd like to see if we can table this item for the next council meeting.
Mr. City Attorney, can we?
There'd be a motion to...
table the item for the next council.
Yes, that's, you need a second to that?
I'll second it.
And with that, let's do a roll call. This is to continue this matter over to your next council meeting.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Aye.
This matter will be brought back to you for consideration at your next first meeting in September. That, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, takes us then to item number 13, which was called out by the mayor.
She stated she pulled the item because she wanted to support it.
If no one's commenting, I'd like to make a motion to approve the item.
I'll second it.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Councilor Peralta? Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Aye.
That concludes the open agenda. We did have one council oral from the mayor, but we can take care of that at the next meeting. And then we also have AB 1234 reports. So, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, why don't we go through the roll call? Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to just report that I attended the ICA conference. I do serve as the board of director for that, for ICA, and I represent Montebello, so I did attend the conference, and we did participate in a meeting and attended different seminars and meetings there. Thank you.
Next is Councilmember Peralta, AB 1234 reports.
No, I have not traveled or attended any city-sponsored conferences or events. Thank you.
Councilmember Torres.
Nothing to report, but before we close, I would like to say one more thing.
And Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez.
No reports.
Okay. Then we still have, are we going to do closed session, Renee? Do we have any, or is there anything that we need to go forward with? Okay. Okay. So we do have closed session for the items that we previously announced. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, there's a request from Councilmember Torres to
speak.
Say something.
Go ahead, Mr. Torres.
Well, this was going to be right before we close. I don't know if it's appropriate to do so now. But I guess I'll just say my comment now. I do want to close the meeting in honor of my grandmother, who passed away 9 days ago. Conchita lived a long, hardworking, wonderful life. She was born in Puerto Rico in 1931. She came to New York when she was 19 years old and met my grandfather here in California and started a family. She was a quiet woman. She was a stoic woman, and the way that I saw her role in my life was as a rock in her belief in God and in her faith, unwavering, even until the day that she died, when family and friends were visiting her in hospice in her home just down the street, tapping her hand in her bed as church members sang. At a young age, she accepted the Lord and within a short time dedicated her life to spreading his message. She established 5 churches, 3 of them in Montebello. She established Antioch Christian Church in 1964, Centro Evangelístico, in 1979, the Montebello Assemblies of God in 1995, Nueva Vida in Montebello in 2003, and Fraternidad Cristiana in 2007, also in Montebello. She served as a pastor in Australia. She did missionary work with the Jubilee World Missions in Nicaragua, and incredibly served as the Los Angeles area director for as the women's ministry leader, serving over 40 churches. And this is in the days where you had to connect by snail mail, no text messages, no emails. And later that same district was divided into 6 separate districts to be more easily managed. She was an incredible woman. She was an incredible example. And I would ask that this council take a moment to honor her memory before we adjourn into closed session and close the meeting.
What we can do is take a moment of silence at this point, and then when we are done, we can recess into closed session and adjourn in your grandmother's memory.
Okay, we'll do a moment of silence for Conchita. Okay, thank you.
We will recess into closed session. Thank you.
Okay, we're back from closed session.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council, the record should reflect the City Council convened into closed session with the 4 members present. The mayor was excused. The City Council received a briefing on one item only. That's the property at 701 West Whittier Boulevard. A briefing was provided to the City Council. There was no final action taken. Direction was provided to the agency's negotiator. That concludes my report from closed session, so it would be appropriate to adjourn in memory of Councilmember Torres' grandmother.
This meeting is adjourned at 9:21 in honor of Conchita, Councilmember Torres' grandmother.
We are adjourned.